Harusnya lagi lepas terus.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sudah. Indonesia, Santu Paulus Ruteng, 2025. My name is Maria Olga Jelimun, and I'm honored to serve as your Master of Ceremony for today's event. We are deeply grateful for your presence and this prestigious academic gathering where scholars, researchers, and professionals come together to share insights, experiences, and innovative ideas for global issues. Allow me to respectfully acknowledge and extend our warmest greetings to the Honorable Rector of Universitas Katolik Indonesia, Santu Paulus Ruteng, Dr. Agustinus Manfred Habur, Late Fel, the Honorable, our keynote speakers, the committee, invited guests from partner universities and institutions, presenters, and all participants joining us online today. We welcome each of you and thank you for being part of this important academic event. Ladies and gentlemen, today's agenda begins at 8 a.m. and ends at 3 p.m. with the details of activities already included in the rundown that has been shared. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin our ceremony today, may I invite all of us to sing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to reach out blessings for our conference today, now we will have the opening prayer, and I invite everyone to pray according to our own faith and belief. Let this prayer in Catholic faith. In the name of the Father, of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, source all of wisdom and unity, we gather before you in gratitude, and we begin this 5th International Conference. Bless every keynote speakers, participants, presenters, and organizers who have come together with a desire to learn, to collaborate, and to serve the common good. Send your Holy Spirit to enlighten our minds, guide our decisions, and inspire us to seek truth with humility and integrity. May our work in this conference promote understanding across nations, strengthen cooperation, and reflect the values of justice, compassion, and peace. Grant us patience in listening, clarity in speaking, and love in every decision we make. Protect us throughout this gathering, and let us toward outcomes that uplift humility and honor your holy name. We entrust this entire conference to the intercession of the Blessed Virgin Mary, asking her to accompany us with her gentle guidance. Through Christ our Lord, Jesus Christ. Amen. In the name of the Father, of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to officially open our conference, it is my honor to welcome Dr. Agustinus Manfred Haber, Ruteng, Rector of Universitas Katolik Indonesia, Santu, Paulus, Ruteng, to deliver the welcoming speech. Please welcome Dr. Agustinus Manfred Haber, Ruteng.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and warm greetings from Universitas Katolik Indonesia, Santu Paulus, Ruteng. On behalf of our academic community, it's my great honor to welcome you all to the 5th International Conference on Education, Humanities, Health, Agriculture, and Engineering, ICEHHA. Although we gather virtually, our shared commitment to knowledge, collaboration, and innovation unites us beyond physical boundaries. This year's theme, Knowledge Action, Empowering Education, Humanities, Health, Agriculture, and Engineering for Sustainable Societies, is both timely and visionary. It reminds us that knowledge must not remain an abstract ideal confined to classrooms, laboratories, or journals. Instead, knowledge must be translated into action, into policies, technologies, community programs, and transformative engagements that sustain life and uplift human dignity. In an era marked by ecological fragility, rapid technological change, and widening social inequalities, the disciplines represented in this conference play a vital role. Education shapes critical thinkers and ethical leaders. Humanities safeguard meaning, culture, and human values. Health sciences protects and enhance the well-being of communities. Agriculture ensures food security and ecological balance. Engineering and technology create systems and innovations that support sustainable futures. ICEHHA offers us a rare platform where these diverse fields coverage, where interdisciplinary ideas spark new insights, and where global and local wisdoms meet. I encourage all participants to share generously, listen deeply, and build networks that continue long after this conference ends. As we open this conference, may our conversations inspire action, May our research contribute to sustainable development, and may our collaboration strengthen our shared mission to serve humanity and safeguard our common home. With gratitude to our organizing committee, partners, and presenters from various countries, I hereby declare ICEHHA 5th officially open. Thank you, and I wish you an inspiring and fruitful conference. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Father Rector, for your warm and inspiring remarks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the keynote presentation session. And our first keynote speaker is Dr. Thi Loan Lam, PhD, from University of Nan Ho, Vietnam, and it will be moderated by Mr. Eustace Santos Halum, MPD. To introduce our keynote speaker and lead the session, we kindly invite Mr. Santos Halum. Mr. San, the screen is yours.
Good morning, distinguished keynote speakers, respected researchers, esteemed colleagues, and all participants of the 5th International Conference on Education, Humanities, Health, and Agriculture. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this keynote session. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Eustace Santos Halum, and I am honored to serve you as your moderator today. We appreciate your presence and enthusiasm as we come together to reflect on important issues to shape education, culture, health, and society across various contexts. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning we have the privilege to listen to a keynote presentation delivered by a scholar whose extensive academic experience and research dedication have contributed meaningfully to the field of education. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Loan Lam from Han Hoa University, Vietnam, has established herself as committed educator, researcher, and community advocate. Dr. Lam has served as a university lecturer since 2011, engaging deeply in curriculum development, teaching pedagogy, undergraduate research supervision, and quality assurance processes. Her work extends beyond the classroom through her involvement in designing research systems, collaborating with internal and external stakeholders, and overseeing academic activities within her institution. Ladies and gentlemen, she completed her doctorate at philosophy in education at the University of Newcastle, Australia, where her dissertation of leadership and gender dynamics in higher education earned her the prestigious Doctoral Research Excellence Award. Throughout her career, She has contributed to a wide range of research projects, worked with diverse communities, and delivered academic and professional training in various educational settings. Ladies and gentlemen, moreover, her publications reflect her broad academic curiosity, covering issues in education, management, and gender studies, English language teaching, tourism development, and higher education policy. Dr. Lam continues to be recognized for her dedication to student development, women's leadership empowerment, and the advancement of interdisciplinary research. In today's session, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Lam will share insight from her research titled The Impact of Social Media on Students in Han Hoa Province, Vietnam, Current Situation and Solution. This study addresses one of the most pressing issues in contemporary education, the influence of social media on students' behavior, learning practices, communication patterns, and emotional well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, it is great pleasure that I invite our keynote speaker to present her research. Dr. Long, the screen is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your informative introductions. And I'm happy to be here today to talk about my research in Khánh Hòa province in Vietnam. And my research is about the impact of social media on students in Khánh Hòa province in Vietnam, current situation and solution. So this is the outline of my presentation today. So first of all, I would like to say something about my research, and then methodology and recommendation. And finally, I will make some conclusion for this research. So here the problem statement and research objective of this research. So, like at the moment, the social medias have a lot of impact on students, especially like the students in Khánh Hòa province in Vietnam. So the research problem is uncontrolled social medias is also pose a potential risk to mental health, academic performance, and social life of students. So therefore, the objective of this research is analyzing the status of social media use from students in Khánh Hòa province. And this research, I also would like to identify both positive and negative consequences of using social media. And finally, propose some solution and policy recommendation to help students become smart digital citizens in Khánh Hòa province. So first of all, I would like to introduce a little bit about Khánh Hòa province in Vietnam. So Khánh Hòa province is located in south central Vietnam with a stunning coastline, island, and mild climate. And most of you can know about Nha Trang city. So Nha Trang city is the provincial capital of Khánh Hòa province. And currently, I live in Nha Trang city. So in Khánh Hòa province, we have a lot of sightseeing in Khánh Hòa province. And if you have a chance, you can come to visit Khánh Hòa province. And in Khánh Hòa province, a lot of things you can come to visit to experience in Khánh Hòa. And in Khánh Hòa province, there are some key university and college. like Nha Trang University. And in Nha Trang University, like people can study about fishery, marine science, aquaculture, maritime technology, tourism. And the other university, the University of Khánh Hòa, which I currently work at the University of Khánh Hòa. So this is also a provincial public university. My university focuses on teacher training, culture, tourism, and local economic needs. And we also have Văn Lang University. So Văn Lang University, the main campus is in Ho Chi Minh City. But Văn Lang University also have a campus in Nha Trang as well. And this university offering different programs like business, tourism, design, and information technology. And we also have a Pacific University. This is a private university, and this university offers program in business administration, economic, tourism, and hospitality management and languages. And we also have a different college like Nha Trang College and Technology Economic, Nha Trang Medical College, and Nha Trang Cultural Art College. So we have a different variety university and college in Khánh Hòa province. So I would like to talk about social media that I think most of students at Khánh Hòa province use at the moment. So what is social media? We have a different definitions from different authors. Like from Kaplan Hyland, they think that social media are internet-based applications that allow the creation and exchange of user-generated content. And according to Tutton and Solomon in 2015, so social medias refer to online means for communication, collaboration, and cultivation among interconnected network. And recently, from Baylor, Jill, and Ellison, 2020, social medias refer to computer-mediated communication channel for real time. Yes. So from this definition, right, I think in my research, we refer social media is an online service platform. And social media also allow creations of digital identity, building social network, and creating user-generated. And in this research, we also have some key concepts. Like digital skill. So in this concept, in this research, we consider digital skills refer to a comprehensive set of competency, technical, cognitive management, social communication, and critical thinking in digital environments. And we call Khánh Hòa students in this research. It means like the samples in this research, including individuals who currently study at university and college in Khánh Hòa province. So to do this research, we use different methods. And the main method is quantitative research. And we use questionnaire to deliver to students, teachers, and officers. And we also combine both online and offline survey. So for some students, we use online survey. But some students, like the teachers, can delete the questionnaires in the class. So in this research, we combined both online and offline survey. And the analytical methods of this research, we use both descriptive and inferential statistics to analyze and synthesize multi-dimensions perspective. The sample size of this research, we collect data from students, lecturer, and student affairs officer. So this research, we use Vietnamese language to conduct the survey. So you can see some statistic here is Vietnamese. So participants of this research include 453 students. They come from different university and college in Khánh Hòa province. Right, around 47% of student participants come from University of Khánh Hòa. 33% of students participants come from college. Around 10% of students participants from university, and 2% come Pacific. Here, the rest come from different college. And we also collect data from 46 lecturers in Khánh Hòa province. And we also
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it seems that there is a technical problem with Dr. Lion. We're waiting.
hello.
Okay. Dr. Long, you may continue.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry for some technical problem. Right. Yes. So first of all, I would like to talk about student perspective. So the social media platform of students in Khánh Hòa province use is Facebook, TikTok, Yellow, and Instagram. And some of them also use LinkedIn, Twitter, WhatsApp, and Viber as well. But the most students participants use Facebook, TikTok, Yellow, and Instagram. The rest, like you can a few students use it. So we also conduct some information about positive impact of social media. So here is the summaries of the positive impact of social media from students' perspective. So using social media have some positive impact, like entertainment, relaxation after school, like around 94% of students agree that using social media can help them have some more entertainment time and relax time after school. And around 91% of student participants find that social media help them to connect with their family and their friends easily. And around 90% of student participants find that using social media can help them to have a quick access to news and information. And around 78% of student participants find that they can learn new things, they can learn different skills from instruction videos that they can find from social media. And around 76% of students participants also find that they can get a lot of academic support from different groups and forums when they use social media. So from this data, we can see that social medias have positive impact, especially for entertainment, connection, and academic support for students. Besides positive impact, we also collect data from negative impact of social media as well. Here the negative impact of using social media. So from student participants, we can see like different negative impact when they use social media. Right, first, they have like impact on their study and time management. Around 70% of student participants found that using social media lead to procrastination in their studying and during the time they do their assignment. And so also around 67% think that using social media can cause distraction while they studying. And the other impact of social media is mental health and self-image. So student participants are worried about mental health, but you can see like most of students still try to use social media. So they found that there are a lot of impact on their mental health, like pressure to create perfect online image and like they find that it's difficult to find out the perfect life on social medias. And using social medias also make them to have a lot of anxiety when they use social media. And you can see that using social medias also have negative impact on students' physical health and real-world activities. Like around 66% of student participants recognize that around 60% of them think that using social media also reduce their time for other activities So from the data that we collect to know about we find out the paradox, like students are highly aware of the downside, but problematic behaviors like distraction and procrastination remain prevalent. So in this research, we also conduct a survey from lecturer as well. So here is the issues observed by lecturer regarding social media used by students. So there are some issues that lecturer think that when students use social medias, they will have some issues. For example, students lose focus in class due to social media. So like in university, students in Hanwha province can use mobile phone in class. That's why some students, they use social media, they play with their phone in the class. So from lecturer perspective, they think that when they teach in the class, students lose focus in class. And you know, when they use social medias, like sometimes they can't recognize which is the real information with the fake information. So the lecturer participant think that students sometimes share fake information. That is not really good. In addition, students use social media in exam and assignments as well. So around 66% of lecturer participants think that students use social media to cheat in exam and assignment. They use some technology like ChatGPT to do assignments. And the lecturer participants also think that around 53% of lecturers participants think like managing students in class, help them to focus in the class is really, really hard because of social media they use during the class. I can agree. And we come to other perspective from students affair officer. Like in Hanwha province in the university, we have like student affair officer who manage students. So from their perspective, difficulties when they work with students, like they find difficulty to manage student mentors, well-being, and psychological health, because like students, they focus on social media all the time. So sometimes like affect their health and their mental well-being. And according to student affairs officer, like they also think that it's difficult to control information, preventing fake and harmful news from students who use social media. And like managing students' online ethical behavior and ensuring information security and safety from using social medias is also issues that student affairs officer find out from this research, and that's in their perspective. And you can see that from student affairs officer perspective, there are some core difficulties, including intangible, and systemic issues like mental health, ideology, information control that they found from students who use social media. So in this research, we collect data from students, from lecturers, from student affairs officer. And we can find out some overlap, the key overlap between these different perspectives. So all students, participants, lecturer participants, and student affairs officer participants also concerned both positive and negative impact of using social media from students in Khánh Hòa province. And the key overlap from this participant's perspective is social media a primary cause of academic distraction. So, and these people, these participants, also have some concern about harmful information that students have when they use social media. Like students, they are aware that using social medias have a positive impact on their studying. However, like they also know sometimes they expose to harmful information or fake information from social media. But you know, like there are still a lot of students who use social media daily. So from this data analysis, we propose some solution. So the first solution, we would like to propose some solution to students. So students should have self-improvement of awareness and digital skills. Like a student should have time management. How they can set up, how they can help, how they can be like skilled in managing their time. Like they can set personal rules. Like when students study in class, they should try not to use social media during the class. And the second solutions we propose for students is cleaning the digital environment. It means that students should follow educational channels. Don't follow fake channel or negative accounts. And students should practice critical skills. I think like student in Kanghua province they don't practice much critical thinking skills because the educational environment in Kanghua province, like students follow what the teachers or what the lecturer ask them to do. So sometimes they lack critical thinking skills. So that's why from this research we propose students should practice more critical thinking skills. So when they practicing critical thinking skill, it will help them to find out which one is real information, which one is fake information. And whenever the students need support, like when they would like to seek proactive, like when they would like to seek support, especially philosophical support, like talk to their lecturer, talk to their student affair officer. So that lecturers and student affair officer can help them to find out solution. Find some solutions we proposed. We also propose some solution for universities and college. Like university and college should have guidance and support through education and counseling. Like universities should integrate digital skill education as a formal or compulsory extracurricular module. So currently, in we don't have
Is that there We have colleague. Oh, let us know. You may by.
Oh, can you hear me?
Dr. Lam?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah. Here we go.
All right, so I will continue. So, like, we propose some solution for university. We should have some compulsory or extracurricular models to teach students about digital skills, so they can identify which one is fake news, which one is safe information. And in university, it should have counseling services. So currently, most of university don't have counseling services. So we propose university should strengthen their counseling service so that this service can help more students in using social media. And we also propose some solution for family. Like in family, some students, they have some family problems, or they use social medias most of the time. And some family, they don't pay much attention to students because they are busy as well. So that's the reason why we propose families members should be open with students, listen to students' voice and also help them to solve their problem. And instead of banning students use social medias, family members should have some instructions for students to use social medias. And family members should encourage students to participate in some outdoor activity, like playing sports and doing some voluntary work. And for society and local authority, they should have some campaigns and this campaign can collaborate with youth unions or student association at the university to promote digital culture. And local authorities should organize some practical activities. For example, startup competition, hackathon, or job or skill fair to attract more students to participate in these activities. And also local authorities should establish a safe and healthy online environment for most of students. So from this solution, we propose some policy for the university, for local authority as well. Like for university, university should formalize digital skill education in the curriculum. And they should strengthen the school psychological support system And for local authorities, for provincial authority, like they should launch or they should have some communication campaign relating to digital skill. And local authorities should organize some activities, especially practical activities for students. And local authorities should ensure the digital environmental management that can help students to recognize which one is the safe network, which one is the fake information. And finally, that's all about my research, and I would like to have some conclusion relating to this research. So as you know, social media bring both negative and positive impact for students who use social media. And you know, from student perspective, lecturer perspective, and student official perspective, there is an existing paradox in this research. Like, students can recognize about the negative impact of using social media, but they still use it. And it doesn't have any fundamentally change at the moment. So in order to solve this existing paradox, there is a solution that we recommend, like transforming awareness into action, focusing on equipping a comprehensive set of digital skills. Like in the university, university should have a model, a subject relate to digital skills. Local authorities should have some campaigns or some practical activities that help students to strengthen their digital skills. And the key message from this research is the value of social media is determined by how it's used. So a shift from passive to an active stand is needed, turning social media into a tool for academic and personal development. So that is all about my research. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Lam, for a rich and insightful presentation. Your research helps us to understand not only the challenges posed by social media, but also the opportunities it offers when approached thoughtfully and responsibility. We now open the session for question. To all participants, please feel free to raise your hand or submit your question through the chat box. I will assist in addressing this question to our keynote speaker. Again, participant, please feel free to submit your question through the chat box. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, actually, the impact of social media on students in whole province in Vietnam, which is talk about the current situation and the solution. This study addresses not only this study addresses one of the most pressing issues in the contemporary education. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the influence of education and social media on students' behavior, learning practices, communication patterns, and emotional well-being. Dr. Lam works actually examines the realities faced by students in the digital era and offers truthful, practical solution for educators, parents, policymakers in fostering healthier and more balanced digital engagement. So, ladies and gentlemen, all participants, if you would like to ask questions, do not hesitate to let us know. Oh, and for the students who are following this conference, if you would like to ask questions, you may type your questions in the chat box. Yes.
Yeah, hello, Person. Good morning. Yeah, thank you very much. I have one question for Chi Loan Lam. I think it is interesting question and interesting research from Dr. T about the impact of social media for the students. I have a simple question for you. What is your opinion or maybe your assessment regarding the religious impact of social media use on the students? In my mind, the using of social media not only impact for how their critical assessment or how their perspective on external life, but also the impact for the using of social media also for their religious. As far as I know, the religious impact can make we can say the religiosity, the transitional religiosity for them, especially for the students. Yeah. So my simple question is what is your assessment regarding the religious impact of social media use on the students? Thank you very much, Pasen.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Liam. Thank you for your interesting questions about religious impact when students use social media. Yes. So, in my opinion, yeah, most of students from Khánh Hòa province, like they come from Buddhism. Yeah, Buddhist religion. And like some students, I think, when they come to class, during the class, even when I teach in my class, sometimes at the time of meditation, at the time of meditation, like they have like some time in a day that they need to do meditation. And like sometimes their time of meditation is the same time of the class. So some students, they ask permission to go out, to go to a private room for meditation. In addition, some students, they do not ask to go out, but they still in the class. They still sit in the class. They use their mobile phone. They open some video from network, from the Buddhist network, and they use the headphone to do some meditation in the class. So I think like for religion's impact of using social medias, it also depend on the culture, depends on the culture. Like in Vietnam, we don't have any specific time for mediation or praying. Yeah, we don't have any specific time for it. And students or people who would like to do some meditation or do some praying, they should do by themselves to find somewhere to do it. So in Vietnam, no, in Khánh Hòa province, I think using social media doesn't have a lot of impact on religions because students can ask permission to do praying in a specific place. And some students, they are permitted to have access some video from their religious network to do some praying. However, I think there are some like negative impacts because there is some different religions, but it's not official religions in Vietnam. And you know, from this unofficial religions, like students can access some video, some network, and usually they follow some unofficial religions in Vietnam. And sometimes they do some bad things, like they skip the class, they don't go to the university, and they follow that religion group to do some activity outside the class, and they didn't come to the class. So, like, in my opinion, in my perspective, like, social medias also have some positive impact on religions, and it also have some negative impacts as well, as I have just mentioned to you. It depends on the culture of different countries, the culture of different different regions, and the culture of different institutions, and the culture of different university and college. It depends. Like some institutions, they have some time for people who follow some religions, but some institutions they don't have. So I think it depends on culture in different regions, different institutions, and different countries. I think I can like answer your question, Lian.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you,
Mr. Lian.
Dr. T. Good answer. Thank you.
So the answer is that it really depends on the culture and also the different places. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we still have two more questions, which I believe that this will be the two last questions from Mr. Indra Susanto and from Mr. Calvin Giovanni. And I think the two questions are quite similar. Hello, Doctor. Recently, Australia has banned the use of social media. Do you think it form at school in a large scale? While Mr. Calvin asked that this restriction is believed to enhance the educational performance for them. Do you think it's appropriate to run the same program in any other countries, considering the benefit of such policy? Mr. Inda, Mr. Calvin, hello. Are we in Australia now? Dr. Lan, you may directly answer the question.
Yes, right. Thank you very much. Thank you for the questions from Indra and Calvin. Yes, I think like you have quite similar questions about in Australia. Right? Like in Australia, have some policy to restrict using social media for children for school. Yes, I think that's a really good policy in Australia that can protect children before going to school to access some fake information or some harmful information before they go into school and before they get educated, right? from school, from teachers. So like the government have this policy to protect the future generation. It look like, yes, they would like to protect them from uneducated information. So they would like students to access social media when they get to school, so that they can have more education from school and university rather than accessing harmful information before going to school. And I think this policy is really interesting and really helpful for the authority, for the local authority in Khánh Hòa province. Because at the moment in Khánh Hòa province, we don't have these policies, right? So most of people, including students, children, whatever age, right? Like some children just like 3 years old, 4 years old, 5 years old, they use phone, they use internet, they use social media every day, every time. And some parents, like they see their children are annoying, so they just like let their children to watch video, to play social media all the time, so that parents can have more time to focus on their work. So like that is not really good in like Khánh Hòa province. So thank you for sharing this policy. Thank you for sharing the policy restricting the access in social medias for children under school age in Australia. I think I from this policy, I think I can like propose the similar policy to my province, to Khánh Hòa province, because I think that this policy is really good for children who under school age, because we can protect them from their physical as well as psychology health, so that when they come to school, when they start school, they can learn better. So thank you very much for telling me these policies. I think this policy is really good and neat and is needed to do in my province.
Dr. Lam, thank you very much. Mr. Indra and Mr. Calvin, thank you for asking the question. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have one last question from Yovita Misa. Hello, you raise your hand.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you for the time given. Dr. Lon, I would like to ask a question. Living in this time that the technology are very powerful, according to you, what role does social media plays in student socialization and social skill development? What role does social media plays in student socialization and social skills development? Thank you.
Right, thank you for your question, Vita. That is really interesting, exciting questions. Like I have thought about it. So yes, like using social media, like in my province, we don't have any curriculum or subject to talk about digital skills or using social media. So most of students or most of children, they learn from family members, from friends, from internet. So actually, when we talk about when we talk about social media skills, like we don't have any exactly about any courses. So, like develop their own skills from themselves, from learning from learning from schoolmates or from like families members. And I just mentioned about students in my in Khánh Hòa province. So it's really hard to talk about social media skills. So like in my research, I found out that like even they aware of the negative impact of social medias, but they still use social medias. So that's why I suggest that universities should have a subject or courses should like include digital skills in their in university curriculum. So when we like include like digital skills in curriculum, that can help students to develop their digital or social media skills. That help them to support them to recognize which one is good, which one is not good. So like in my opinions, like integrating digital skills in curriculum that can help to develop social media skills, rather than at the moment we don't have any curriculum, any subject or any course or any curriculum about using social media. So I think like to include social media skills in courses and subject is the best way to develop social skills.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are about to close the session. On behalf of the fifth ICEHHA organizing committee, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to Dr. Lun for sharing her expertise and valuable perspectives with us today. Dr. Lam, we are now proudly displaying the certificate of appreciation for your insightful ideas as one of our honorable keynote speakers in this international conference. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Lam, we are now proudly displaying the certificate of appreciation for your insightful ideas as one of our honorable keynote speaker in this international conference. Thank you very much for your participation and also for your valuable contribution toward this international conference. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we also thank all participants for your active engagement in the session. We hope the ideas presented will continue to inspire reflection, dialogue, and collaboration throughout the conference and beyond. Please stay with us and we move forward to the next of our program. Best regards from Indonesia. Selamat siang dan sampai jumpa.
thank you, Dr. Lam, and our moderator for the insightful session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll smoothly continue to the next keynote presentation. And our second keynote speaker is Prof. Hasliza Abu Hasim from University Putra, Malaysia. And this session will be moderated by Father Giovanni Calvin Pala, Master of Theology. And to lead this session, please welcome the moderator, Father Calvin. Father Calvin, the screen and time is yours.
Good morning, the distinguished speakers, all the participants, researchers of the 5th ICEHHA. Welcome back to our second plenary session of the 5th ICEHHA. My name is Giovanni Calvin Pala, and I'm so honored to serve you as the moderator of this second plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, our topic today, as the second topic of this day, is highly relevant to current global challenges, particularly concerning food security and agricultural sustainability. And to discuss this, we are privileged to have an exceptional expert connecting with us from Malaysia. Please allow me to introduce our distinguished speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Hasliza Abu Hasim. She is a prominent academic and researcher with specific expertise in animal nutrition. Currently, she holds two strategic positions simultaneously. The first one as Deputy Director at the Institute of Tropical Agriculture and Food Security, University Putra, Malaysia, and the second as a lecturer at the Department of Veterinary Preclinical Sciences, Faculty of Veterinary Medicines, UPM. And her educational background is truly impressive. Dr. Hasliza is a qualified veterinarian who obtained her Doctor of Veterinary Medicines degree from UPM in 2005. She then pursued her Master's of Science in Animal Nutrition at the same institutions in 2010. Furthermore, she completed her PhD in Animal Nutrition at Jan University, Belgium in 2012. In the field of research, her primary focus is on enhancing resilient tropical agriculture in the context of climate change for food security and sustainability. And some of her research interests include assessing potential utilizations of agricultural byproducts as animal feed to improve livestock performance and digestibility. And the second, the applications of biological pretreatments using white rot fungi, fibrolytic enzymes, and yeast to improve low-quality fibrous agricultural byproducts. And beyond her active roles and teaching and research, she is extensively involved in various national and international forums. She also actively serves as a speaker and expert reference in forum and seminar, sharing knowledge with livestock farmers and pet owners. And for today's session, Dr. Hasliza will bring a very critical topic on the forum entitled empowering education through knowledge transfer program poultry and ruminant farmers for sustainable production and performance of livestock. So, without further ado, let us give a warm virtual welcome to Associate Professor Dr. Hasliza Abu Hasim. Dr. Hasliza Abu Hasim, the virtual floor is yours.
All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to all participants. Also, thank you very much to the moderator of this session for kind and warm introduction about myself. Before I start, allow me to share my screen, my presentation for today. Can you see my slide? Yes.
Yeah,
All right.
your slide is available.
Thank you very much. And it is a very great opportunity. Thank you to the organizer for the invitation and allowing me to share my experience, my knowledge in this conference. And thank you for that opportunity. So as mentioned by the moderator, today I'm going to speak on this topic, empowering education through knowledge transfer program to livestock farmers for sustainable production and performance of livestock. So since my background is more on the agriculture and also livestock sciences, so I'll be talking and highlighting more on the impact of education to our community, which in this agriculture and livestock industry, we are dealing a lot with these livestock farmers. So these are our target community that we normally, apart from our students in the university, we engage closely with these livestock farmers in terms of the knowledge transfer education program. So let's start with this topic. Why I cannot move my slide? All right. So this is just to give an overview on what I'm going to discuss for this talk. So first, I just want to give a brief overview about the livestock industry in Malaysia, and then further I will just discuss also briefly about the challenges that we are facing in this livestock industry in Malaysia. Probably the challenges is also more or less similar like what have been overseen. I mean, what been also experienced by the livestock industry in Indonesia. And the last one would be also to highlight on the knowledge transfer program that we are actually doing actively in our university to our livestock community for a sustainable livestock industry. Because in our field, like agriculture and livestock science, there is this is an important aspect that we need to tackle. We need to also work collectively, collaboratively with entities involved in livestock industry in terms of the knowledge transfer. Not only the expert from the university, but we have to also engage with other entities that can help us to improve, to enhance the livestock industry. All right. So move on to this first topic that we want to highlight is just to look at the to give an overview about the livestock industry in Malaysia. So this livestock industry is considered as one of the important sector in the development of agriculture in Malaysia. I think this is also the same case in Indonesia, whereby we as a human, we are actually depending on these animal products. We depends on these livestock products like meat, milk, and eggs. So that's why we can foresee that this livestock industry is really relevant, is really important sector in our country. So in Malaysia, we are not only focusing on because in Malaysia we have a livestock industry which encompasses of ruminant and non-ruminant sectors, and these ruminant and non-ruminant sectors are actually contributing or producing the animal products, and this is also one of the contributor for the nutritious and safe and quality food for our consumption as human consumption. And apart from that, we have to also consider that when we discuss about the livestock industry, it's not only running the livestock farms, not only managing the animals in the farms according to the standard protocol, but we also need to ensure that it is also protect the environment, because we know that some of but that this livestock industry also contributing some portion in terms of the greenhouse gas emissions. So that's why we have to also consider this factor in terms of protecting our environmental conservation in animal industry. Okay, and on top of that, we have to also look at our per capita consumption of livestock product, because this is very important for us to always ensure that the supply, the demand is met by our production. Even though in Malaysia we are not reaching enough self-sufficiency rate or ratio for our livestock product, especially in terms of our ruminant product like meat and milk, because we are still importing some of this product from overseas, because we don't have enough production to meet the demand, to meet the local demand, except for our poultry industry, whereby we have achieved almost 100%, over 100% for the chicken meat and eggs. So that's why we have to always link this self-sufficiency ratio with the per capita consumption in order to ensure that the consumers' needs and demands in the industry can be met, and either we can produce our own product from local, or we can also import it from other countries. But still, whenever we import this product, is always reflect the import dependency ratio, and it's also reflect the sustainability of this livestock industry. So that's why this is part of the responsibility of various stakeholders in this agriculture and livestock industry to ensure that we can at least produce our own product that can meet our local demand and have less dependency on this imported product. So that is our national agenda, our national target by our ministry, by our government, so that we can ensure that we also have a sustainability in terms of our food security. Okay. And move on, we can look at this livestock production with a contribution to the food safety and security, because as I mentioned just now, on top of production, our local product in terms of the livestock product, we also can help in other industry by providing employment and also income generation to the country. And we also need to ensure that this is also met the requirement of the food and also ensure the sustainability of food supply chain to the Malaysian people. So that is our also target, that we can ensure that our Malaysian our people can have an access food from various sectors on terms of the ruminant and non-ruminant, and it also need to ensure that the food that we supply from this livestock industry are always safe for consumption, are always healthy and nutritious, so that they get all the nutrients and it can fulfill the requirement for the human to grow and also to have a better health condition. So this is where the significant or relevant of this livestock industry can be seen overall as a whole. Okay, because we don't want any lacking of the food supply, because this can lead to the occurrence of the food crisis. So this should not happen. That's why we have to consider on how we can help to sustain the livestock industry in Malaysia. Okay, and In our livestock production in Malaysia, we are having this large and small scale production, and this is also considered like one of the efforts that we want to support the country's development strategy. We are not only focusing on the large scale development of this livestock production, but we also try to push the small scale industry, small scale livestock production, like smallholder farmers, in order to help them to improve their production, to help them in managing their livestock farms, so that together with the large and small scale livestock productions, we can increase the food production in order to meet the country's food security needs. So this is where the role of the education is very important, because for the large scale, it's not a big issue for us, but for the small scale, for the small livestock, for the smallholder livestock farmers, this is where the education is very important. This is where the knowledge transfer program is really, really relevant for us to transfer the knowledge and to educate them, to teach them, and to show them, to go to the field, to the farms, on how, and tell them and educate them on how can they run the farms according to the right procedure or the right or standard protocol of farm management. So this is where that I can tell in this topic, and can highlight on our strategies, on our role, where we can help the livestock industry. Okay, as I mentioned, the various agencies that involve in the livestock industry in Malaysia is not only involving our government agencies like our Ministry of Agriculture, but it's also involve other community, other entities like university experts. Of course, the farmers, they have an important role in elevating the livestock industry. So together, we have to become an important player in order to transform the high-income economy based on the production of these quality livestock products. And also, we have to always ensure that these services and roles by different entities are always relevant to the needs of the livestock production, and also to the industry, as well as the consumers in general. And we also need to look into the responsibility. How can we control the animal diseases, especially the one that is zoonotic, because we don't want this disease to be transmitted from animal to human, from human to animal. And therefore, we need to always ensure that livestock products that is produced by these livestock farms are always safe for the and always safe, and also healthy for the needs of the consumers. So that's why we always link the livestock industry with the food security. Okay. All right. So that is a brief overview on the livestock industry in Malaysia. And of course, in our livestock industry, we are not saying that our livestock industry runs very smooth and is 100% perfect for us to meet the demand to produce the livestock products. Still, we are facing various challenges in order to ensure the sustainability of the livestock industry in Malaysia. So I think these issues and challenges is more or less similar like what have been experienced in our livestock farms or livestock industry in Indonesia, because this is like a global issues. This is like very common issues that is actually encountered by our livestock industry. So the first one that we can see, of course, in terms of the cost of production, because in livestock industry, the livestock farms, the issues in terms of the production cost, particularly on the cost of imported feed, are very, very critical, because we always are dealing with the unstable market price of this product. So it also always depends on the currency, on the US currency. Okay, it also depends on the supply of the product that make this cost have this fluctuating in terms of the price. Okay, so like in Malaysia, I can say that we are actually depending also a lot in the imported raw material for feed. So that's why this is one of our challenges, because whenever we have this relying on this imported dependency on these imported raw materials, of course it may affect our supply to the livestock farms. It may also affect the quality of the livestock products that is produced, and of course, it will also affect the market and available of these livestock products to the consumers to meet the demand. Okay, and on top of that, we have also issues in terms of the livestock health issues and safety, because sometimes we are also experiencing disease outbreaks, and this is also very critical for the livestock farmers to tackle, to control in the farm, to prevent. That's why the knowledge transfer program is really, really important, relevant, because we need to teach to the farmers, we need to tell them, we need to have this awareness program to them on how significant, how important for the farmers to apply their farm management in terms of their biosecurity program effectively, efficiently in the farm, so that it will prevent the disease outbreak to occur in the farm. And other than that, we also can educate the farmers in terms of the usage of this antibiotic, because this is also one of the common problems in our livestock farmers, whenever the livestock farms are not aware and not see the impact of this antibiotics in a proper use of this application, because it can have a drug or antibiotic abuse, which can proceed to this antimicrobial resistant issue. So this will further harm the consumer like us, human, if it's not been applied or not been practiced correctly in the livestock farms itself. So that's why the knowledge transfer program is also important for us to highlight in this issue or aspect. Okay, so because this is one of the challenges that we are also facing in the livestock industry. And in relation to this food supply chain that I mentioned just now, we also have issues and challenges in terms of the disruption of the food chain system, because last time I think the whole world experiencing in terms of the disruption of this food chain system whenever we have a disease outbreak like the pandemic COVID. Okay, so I think this has been a really impact to our livestock industry. And on top of that, we have also like geopolitical war, like Russia-Ukraine war, that can also disrupt the food chain system, because in Malaysia itself, we are also importing the raw materials from Ukraine, like the grain. So whenever they have this kind of issues in the geopolitics, of course, it can break this food chain system, disruption of the food chain system. Okay, and other than that, another factor that we can also seen in our industry is whenever we produce the feed for the animals, we have to ensure that it's not the feed that is also can be consumed by the human, because we want to avoid this human animal feed competition, because this, if we discuss further, we can also see how difficult for us to get the land, to get the space for our agriculture sector, especially livestock, when the government always have the priority for the human feed production. So that's why we have to ensure that there's no competition between human animal feed, so that we can avoid any competition in terms of the production of that food for human and animal feed itself. Okay, and on top of that, we have also unsustainable production and consumption that is also associated with the environment, which we can see that nowadays we have also unpredict of the weather, so it can also affect the in livestock industry, which we have this sudden change on term of the climatic change, and then this will further affect the food security, sustainability. And the most important part that I would like to highlight in this talk is the issues in terms of the inefficient livestock farm management, which this one is really, really critical for us as the expert in the university, and also other entities or stakeholders that have an educational background to help in educate our livestock farmers, which we know that this livestock farm management, livestock farm manager or livestock farmers, they have lacking in terms of the knowledge in in running or in managing their farm in efficient way. So that's why we have to educate them on how can they run the farm in a very proper management protocol, like what is the best to practice in terms of the farm management program, so that they can practice in terms of the health program, in terms of the biosecurity program, as well as the feeding program, which is according to the standard protocol, like according to the standard guidelines prepared by our government. And this can be practiced efficiently if we can educate them correctly. So this is where the knowledge education is very, very important in our livestock farming community. Okay, so this is what we're going to discuss also in this topic, right? And yeah, we still have this question on how can we ensure that our agricultural food system can be transformed to ensure resilient livestock feed production that can meet our protein demand by the consumers and strengthening our food security and sustainability as a whole. So this is where I say that is very important. It's a great need to empowering education through transfer knowledge program, like what we always refer as know-how program, from our university experts, from our researchers, from our academician to the farming community regarding the strategies on how to meet the challenges of this livestock production to ensure the food security sustainability, so that we can able to produce our adequate, safe, nutritious, and affordable food supply for the human consumption. Okay, so yeah, this is the strategies that we're going to discuss in detail throughout our throughout this session, which this is also an initiative or strategies that is also how to say, that is also designing, or that is also implementing and proposed by our government sector, especially our Ministry of Agriculture industry. Okay, so this is focusing more on how can we meet the challenges on the livestock production. So this is related to our livestock farming system. This is related to our collaboration with other entities that can help the livestock industry to grow, to enhance their livestock production. Okay, so we go one by one, even though I tried to finish this within the allocated time. Okay, so we have this various strategies. So I'll be discussing one by one briefly. So let's look at the first one, whereby we have this educational program that we educate our livestock farmers in terms of the suitability of the land area for their farming practice. So this is one of the initiatives that we do actively with our livestock farmers, especially considering when we have our agricultural industry like oil palm production, we have rubber production, we have also paddy production. So this is one of the examples that we actively involve in this knowledge transfer program or educational program with our livestock farmers that actually that is actually practicing an integration system. So if you can see from this diagram, you can see how can we put our livestock animals like cattle, beef cattle, dairy cattle under the oil palm plantation. So this is considered one of the initiative or alternative that we can minimize the needs of the land for these livestock farms. So we can put the animals under integration system, under this oil palm plantation, so that we can have a symbiosis in terms of the usage, in terms of the utilizing the resources for the animals as well as for the oil palm plantation. Because under integration, we can see the benefits of the animals when we have animals under oil palm plantation. It can help also in fertilizing the soil for oil palm plantation. So it actually works as a symbiosis. So this can help us to support the livestock industry as well as our agriculture sector, particularly in this oil palm plantation. Okay, so this can help us also to minimize other limitations in terms of running the livestock farms, like I mentioned just now, the land and also resources and also the laborers, so that we can make fully maximize the contribution of these sectors. Okay, so this normally what we do in our university. Whenever we have this program, we can have like a workshop. We can also go to the field. We can teach the farmer on how can they run their animals under integration system, how can they do the rotational feeding system, that they can bring the animals at certain plot for the oil palm, and then whenever the resources is finish at that plot, they can move the animals to another plot to consume the weeds and the grass that is available under that plot, under that oil palm plantation, and that specific plot. So this is where the education program that we are always practicing with this integrated farming system. Okay, especially the community for this, because in Malaysia we have these agencies like Felda, Felcra. So those are the government agencies that actively, or big agencies that involved in this oil palm plantation. So this is some sort of collaborating, networking with these government agencies, so that, like I mentioned, we have to work how to say, we cannot work in a silo, we cannot work individually. Sorry, we have to ensure that we have this good networking and also collaboration between stakeholders that involve in livestock industry, so that we can meet the challenges together. Okay, and next one, this is also one of the knowledge transfer program that is very prominent in our industry, in our university, that we go to the farm and helping the farmers in terms of conducting their breeding program or breeding protocol. So because we want to ensure that we meet the strategies to ensure that these farmers practicing of selecting the livestock genetics and having this good breeding management can ensure that their animals is producing well. They can produce a lot of animals. They can produce more animals year by year, so that they can ensure that their economy return, their production is always balanced and also sustained. So what we do normally in this program, we can teach the farmers on how can they apply or implement this artificial insemination technique, because artificial insemination technique is one of the activities that we can disseminate the semen to the reproductive tract, and this can also helps in terms of the ensuring the animals get pregnant. Apart from the natural breeding, we can help to boost, to increase the pregnancy rate by having this AI technique and also breeding program. So this is what we normally do to the farm. We have the team from the breeding program, we have the team from the genetics. So normally geneticists and the breeder, they go to the farm, they can help them conducting the AI technique to the farmers, and they can also educate and teach them what is the best practice, how can they do this efficiently so that the success rate is high, and what is the difference between natural breeding and also AI, so that they get a clear picture why they should go for this AI technique whenever they know the animal is not having ability to breed via natural breeding. So we can have an alternative way on getting the animals to get to have the animals getting pregnant. So this is one of the program that we conduct. And like myself also, I also involved in one of the breeding program in a buffalo farm, whereby we have this we have this collaboration with our Department of Veterinary Service to work on their buffalo farms to improve the feeding management, the breeding management. So what we do in our breeding management is what I mentioned just now. We try to apply all these efficient breeding program to the livestock farms, to the buffalo farmers, like what we did last time. Okay. So on top of that, we have also education program to the farmers. This one actually we work closely with the Department of Veterinary Service as well, because we want to educate the farmers on how can they practice a good husbandry and welfare to their livestock farms. So we try to explain to them on how can they run these farms so that they can be accredited. So this is one of the recognition for their farm whenever they have their accreditation, because it shows that they have practicing a good animal husbandry program in the farm. So it can ensure that the animals is in a good condition, in a healthy condition. The animals, the livestock animals in the farm is actually managing according to the standard protocol of these livestock farms, and the products, the animal products that is producing from this farm can be also recognized as one of the good or safe products from the livestock farm. So that's why we always encourage the farmers to run their livestock farms according to the good husbandry practice and get accredited for the farm. So this can also help in terms of increasing their production and performance of the livestock farm. And not only that, we can also, by applying this good husbandry practice, by applying this accredited practice farm management, it can help to also minimize the impact of the climate conditions to the animals, such as the heat stress. We can also ensure that the farm is also producing, running according to the accredited farm, whenever they always consider the environmental impact, so they can practice a proper management in terms of the waste. So they are not like simply throw the waste, and it can also contribute to the pollution to the environment, to the farms. So we can educate the farmers on how can they manage their waste efficiently that can have minimal impact on the environmental pollution. Okay, so that is also one of the initiative under this knowledge transfer program. And next one, this is very recent one. I'm very excited to discuss this, because this is also one of the initiative that is currently applying in our livestock farms, because we want to have a modernization in the livestock industry. So this is one of the initiative that been practiced, and also one of the responsibility to our experts in the university, especially those who have relevant or have expertise in the IoT. So we want the farmers to become educated to have this modernization by applying relevant technologies in their livestock farms, in the animal husbandry. So what we do, because we know that currently we have very high technologies, like even in human also, we have our gadget, we have our smartphone, we have our smart TV, everything. So these are actually technologies that showing that we are actually upgrading ourselves, our lifestyle to this to meet this technology. So same goes to the animals. We want to apply the relevant technologies to the livestock farms, so that can help us to improve the livestock performance and productivity. And also we want to move according to the current trend, according to the current needs. Okay, so what we do in our livestock farms, in our knowledge transfer program, in terms of this applying these relevant technologies, we want the farmers to have this information, to to educate them on how can they run the farms according to the technologies, what we call it as a smart farming system. Because in smart farming systems, it can also promote the interconnected health of these humans, animals, and the environment using these digital technologies, precision agriculture, and also importantly also data-driven decision making. Because this livestock, this smart farming system is not only applying the technologies, but we want the farmers to ensure that they get the information, they get the education, they get the knowledge on how can this farming system helps the livestock industry. So this is what we always highlight to the livestock farmers on how can they run the smart farming system, what is the benefit they can get. So we always tell them that this is the one of the initiative that can help to maximize their livestock productivity. Okay, so and also we have to, of course, we need more time, we need more skills or experts on educating them, on showing them on how this equipment or software and IT services can be applied or practiced in the farms to help them minimize the labor's work. So this can be done efficiently whenever we have an education program and we teach the farmers on how can they make full utilize of this IT. Okay, and of course we have to tell them also on how this automation system works in the farm and how can they help these animals to also get used to this automation system. Like we have a feeding automatic feeder, we have the automated milking machine. So those are the things that we can teach the farmers on how they can conduct those automated machine. Okay, and apart from that, we can also teach them on how can they have access or how can they make themselves understand and get clear picture on how this real-time data work on the farm management or their daily activities and the animal productivity. So we have to also tell them on how this works based on the change in terms of the weather and how this can work based on minimize their labor costs and also the availability of the equipment. So this one, whenever we set up this IoT in the farms, of course, we need to educate the farmers first. Okay, so that is very important. All right, and we also tell the farmers that the satellites and robotics drones, for example, can help the farmers to have a real image picture of their livestock. They don't have to follow the herds. They don't have to always monitor the herd closely in the field. They can always use these technologies like drones on managing their movement of the livestock farms, especially those are actually practicing pasture animals, free grazing animals in the paddock, or the animals that moving in the integration system. Okay, so all this can be applied in the livestock farms, but we have to ensure that farmers get all this information and get the knowledge in terms of the education on how can they run all this. So this IoT device is very, very critical and important so that the farmers are aware on how can they make full use of this IoT in agriculture, so that they know they have to have this internet connected device monitor, and they have to have education, they have to have knowledge on how to conduct and how to make full use of this IoT, so that together we can help to solve the food security issues. Okay, all right. These are all the benefits that we can get from this applying or practicing the smart farming system. Of course, we want the farmers to increase their livestock production and productivity. We want to increase the importance of the genetic potential. We want to decrease the dependency on the agriculture's weather condition. Of course, we want to also reduce cost of material and resources because we have this IoT system working in the farm. This one still, I can say that it depends on the initiative or the funding that we get to have the IoT system working in the farm. So that is also something that we can discuss later on how can we is so-called like we have to really spend a lot at the beginning, but it can sustain for the long term of period of time in managing the animals. Okay, and also, of course, we want an effective maintenance of the farming system, and the most important, we have a very systematic in terms of the data collection on the livestock status. Whenever we apply smart farming system, this is very easy for us to get the information by the real-time data so that the farmers can adjust the practices accordingly whenever they have any changes or any problems in the farm, so that they can adapt accordingly. Okay. And the next one, this is also similar like I mentioned just now. The first one, whenever we teach the farmers on the integration application or mixed farming system that can work for agriculture and the livestock, whenever we put animals and livestock together, animals and agriculture together, so it can help in terms of the meet these challenges in the livestock industry. Okay. All right, so move on to the next strategies, whereby this is also one of my forte, my expertise in terms of these research studies, whereby we can always translate whatever finding we do in the research to the farmers, to the community, on how good is the finding, how good is the experiment that we conduct in the university, how can this finding you make full use or utilized by these farmers at the farm level. So this is where we need to ensure that the research finding always been shared to the farmers, to the community, so that we can help the industry indirectly. So indirectly we can help to to reduce the importation cost for the livestock feed. We can minimize the methane production. We can improve the quality and nutritive value when we try to make full use our local feed resources. So this is one of my research background. This is one of my research expertise, and also my research aspect. The research that I'm doing a lot in my university task for as a researcher. Okay, so the more we use our local feed resources, the more we have the less we have dependency on the imported feed. So just allow me to briefly explain about this research project that I conducted, because all these are actually some still ongoing, whereby we make full use of our local feed resources. The first one is where I use the oil palm fronds, the byproduct from the oil palm industry, in our ruminant diet. And also we have the utilization of various feed resources in a buffalo feeding, so that we can modify the feeding practice accordingly. And next one also, the recent one, and is also actively ongoing now, is using the black soldier fly larvae in our poultry diet. So these three are actually utilizing our local feed resources. So like I mentioned just now, we want to have less dependency on the importation of the raw materials for the feed. So let's look at this research project one, which I use this oil palm fronds, one of the byproducts. The fronds is actually the leaf of the oil palm tree. So we, in this study, what I did was to improve the rumen degradability of these oil palm fronds, because we know this oil palm fronds, the leaf are very, very highly fibrous material, which has a lot of lignin as well. So this lignin is one of the recalcitrant component of the plant cell, because this lignin is actually the main culprit that limits the access of this, limits the degradability, because it prevents the access of these rumen microbes to the cellulose and hemicellulose. So what we did was, actually we are also doing it actively now, by doing a lot of pretreatment. One of the pretreatment that we did last time was using our white rot fungi. So this white rot fungi can help to break down the lignocellulosic bond that can further allow the access of the cellulose and hemicellulose to these rumen microbes. So this will further allow degradation of this OPF by the rumen microbes. So this is one of the success that we encountered, whereby we can improve the degradability, the digestibility of all palm fronds up to 30%, so that it can further help the rumen to get enough energy for them to grow and also for them to perform body metabolism, other metabolism. And the next one is the project 2, whereby we have we use this various local feed resources to modify the feeding practice, because previously the farms, like I mentioned just now, the farms under this Department of Vegetarian Service are not practicing a proper feeding practices. They just use whatever have in the farm. But with this program, whenever we have this knowledge transfer program, when we had this knowledge transfer program at these buffalo farms, we teach the farmers on how they should formulate their diet by using their local feed resources, and how can they formulate the diet according to the needs, according to the requirements of this buffalo, based on their different life stages. For calf, for pregnant animals, for pregnant buffaloes, for males, for females, after breeding and during lactation, what is the best formulation to give using the local feed resources. In this study, we educate the farmers on using their feed materials like the napier grass, and also using the concentrate that is a mixture from the oil palm byproducts and also other ingredients. So what we achieve at the end, when we educate the farmers on the proper feeding practice, they manage to improve their market weight, because normally previously, before the knowledge transfer program, the market weight is quite to reach the market weight is very long period of time. So in this knowledge transfer program, we're able to reach the market weight, we're able to shorten the market weight like 1 year for the buffalo to reach 250 kilogram. Same goes with breeding weight. Within 24 months, it's able to reach the breeding weight like 385 kilogram. Compared to the previous practice, with the poor feeding practice, it takes a longer time for them to reach the breeding weight. And also weaning age, because we also formulate the feed according to the needs of the mother after giving birth. So the weaning age for the calf can be shortened up to 3 months. And on top of that, the diet that we formulate, and we tell the farmers to select a very good quality of the grass and also a proper composition of the concentrate, so they able to get a high dry matter, crude protein, and energy diet. So this is one of the outcome of this knowledge transfer program to these buffalo farmers. And the next one is the third project that we are using, and it's also actively ongoing now, is using black soldier fly larvae. So in the poultry diet, and this one, apart from working closely with our farmers community, we also have quite good engagement. We have various engagement with the industry as well, especially the blood soldier fly livestock larvae producer. So what we do this in this black soldier fly larvae, of course, firstly we need to educate the farmers why we need to we need to see an alternative of these protein sources from the black soldier fly larvae to replace the soybean meal. So first, we need to educate them why we need to use this black soldier fly in the first place, and how can we produce this black soldier fly by using our waste, especially the agricultural waste, and how can we produce this in like a very short period of time, not depending on the imported materials, so that this nutritional value of this black soldier fly larvae is also good to be added in the livestock, to the added in the poultry diet. So this is all this. Sorry, because I don't realize that this is in Malay words, but I think Indonesian you can still understand this. Sorry for this, because I have it in English, but suddenly this one probably in Malay words, but I try to explain that it's actually a benefit of this black soldier fly larvae in terms of their nutritional quality. It has a really high protein and fat, and that's why it can has a potential to replace soybean in the poultry diet. And this is also considered a non-competitive feed resources because we don't, I don't know in Indonesia whether you eat this or not, but in Malaysia we don't eat the larvae. We always use this for animal feed, and it's also considered safe and not harm the animals because this is also considered like a natural food for the poultry. And because this is easy to breed, easy to produce, that's why we can consider this is one of the circular economy concept as well, which we've made full use of the waste so that we can convert that into added value like black soldier fly larvae. And because we produce it locally, we can produce it using our local food waste, and we can have our black soldier fly larvae. So this one can help us to have our local feed resources, which is cheap and also available all the time. Okay, and we can help indirectly. This can help us to to reduce the cost of the importation. Okay. And this is also another thing that I want to show, like how we conduct this, because this one, I need to highlight this one. This project is not only engaging our livestock farmers. In fact, in our universities, we also engage with the student campus, whereby we know that in the student campus, student hostel, they have this cafeteria. So what we engage with the students, we have the students club, we have the students community to help us segregate their waste in the cafeteria, so that the waste we use to process further as our black soldier fly larvae substrate, and this can be further utilized for the black soldier fly to produce animal feed. So this is what one of the knowledge transfer program that involve our university student as well, because we want them to educate them on how they should manage their waste in the cafeteria. They have to segregate the food which is contain the bone and all the unnecessary material, and the one that is still edible, they put in one tray. The one that is not edible, they put in another tray. So the one that edible is actually the one that we collected. We collect normally for our black soldier fly larvae production in our one-stop center, because in our university we have this one-stop center for black soldier fly larvae. So this is all the process that we conduct in our our one-stop center, so that we can produce our own local feed materials for our livestock. So this is the significance of the BSFL production. Currently, our government also putting a lot of effort and initiative. In fact, they also provide quite big numbers of the funding for us to work efficiently, to work more on this BSFL research production. So what we want to have in future, we hope that we can position Malaysia as one of the top producers of BSFL protein in the world. So yes. Yep. So that is about the strategies on how can we translate our research finding to the livestock farmers community. And next one is, of course, still relevant, still important, about the knowledge transfer program or education program that involve the farmers in our country. So this is one of the examples also, like the work that we work closely with our goat farmers in one of our state, Terengganu, on how they can formulate and implement their proper feed and feeding protocol by using the local crops and the feedstuff. And this is also another initiative for us to strengthen the linkage and networking between our experts, university experts, and the goat farmers for the sustainability of the goat production. So this is one of the project that we conducted. So what we did was to go to the farms, examine the animals, interview the farmers, and not only one farms, we go to the whole state. We gather the goat farmers in the Terengganu so that they come and listen to our education program. They also have a chance to interact with us and asking questions whether what was the best suggestion or advice for them to overcome certain challenges that they are facing in the farm. So because we know that they still have a limited information and knowledge, and also the most difficult part of the farmers is for them to come to the university and listen to our talk, because they still have their animals at the farm. They don't have enough workers to help them running the farm. So that's why the good initiative for us as an expert, we go to the farms, we gather them, and then we try to minimize their difficulty or trouble whenever they want to come to us to discuss about their issues. So that's why we have this knowledge transfer program. In fact, in our university, they also allocate certain fundings for us to conduct this program, where they also encourage us to go to the farms and helps our livestock farmers. So this is what we did last time with these farmers, and these are just to show you some of the activities that we conducted during these knowledge transfer programs. Of course, we have this interactive learning forum or leisure talk. We always go for leisure talk with the livestock farmers because they don't like any formality. Like students, when you sit in the classroom, you have to listen to the lecturer. So this is not normal. This is not normal, and this is not also one of the practice that is preferenced by the farmers. So they want a leisure talk, like we go to them, we approach them, we educate them, and we transfer the knowledge to them directly at their environment or at their farm level. So this is one of the efficient way on how we can approach the livestock farmers community. Okay, so we can provide them with the good advice about the proper feeding management. We can inform them, we can guide them on how to select a suitable local crops and feedstuff. So this is what we did last time. We can also discuss anything about the livestock farms. We can discuss about the health of the animals, about the body weight, about the production. Okay, and yes, of course, whenever they have these experts went to the farms, they will also call their other livestock farmers. So this is also one of the good scenario that we can see from this program, because it shows how close are they and how they want to share the knowledge with the other livestock farmers. So this is one of the good thing. That's why we also sometimes in this program, we try to have a leisure talk or forum where we gather all of the livestock or goat farmers in one day, and we can discuss everything. We have our team to go and listen to them and give advice to them. Okay, so that is also one of the maybe we can say also bual santai. It's just this one during the pandemic COVID, because we have this MCO, movement control order. We still practicing this knowledge transfer program, because we have this webinar, we have this interactive learning, because we know farmers, they still have their technologies, they still have their smartphone, so they can have they can listen to this, they can attend this webinar using their smartphone. Even sometimes when we listen to them, we can listen also to the sound of the goat at the back. So this is also one of the initiative that we try to not to have a break with the farmers in order to educate and knowledge to transfer the knowledge to the farmers. So we had this webinar as well during the pandemic COVID. All right, and still we can discuss, we can communicate with them in whatever situation. So apart from this site visit, this farm visit, we can also have the webinar. And on top of that, we have also on-farm training, not only telling them what to do, what is the best to do in the farm, but we also have an hands-on we call it like the practical on-farm training, so that we see and we teach them on how to do the right thing in the farms. Okay. So yeah, this is also to show them that how can we come and give a hands-on practice to the farmers. Okay, and we even teach them on how can they formulate the diet. We can do like a practice or like a class for them on how to calculate this requirement of the animals for their feeding. And then, of course, to assess whether the knowledge transfer program is efficient or not, whether it is a success or not. That's why we also have this assessment before versus after program. So we want to see what is the farm productivity and performance before we come, before the expert comes and do this knowledge transfer program, and what is the impact or what is the benefit they get, and what is the improvement they can see from the program after a certain period of time. So normally we see improvement in terms of their farm productivity and performance in terms of the animals, whether the animals is gaining weight, whether the animals is producing more, whether they have from 10 animals, now they have 20 animals, and whether the animals have intake, a better performance in terms of their health condition, in terms of their body weight. Okay, so those are the assessment that we can see. So see, this is what the growth performance that we can monitor in the farms after we conducted this knowledge transfer program. And also we can assess based on the body weight. We can also assess based on the health performance, whereby we can see after implementation, the disease incidents are actually reducing, as well as the mortality rate. And we can also assess the outcome based on this animal performance in terms of the occurrence of these metabolic diseases. We also even teach them on how to do a recording system to record the status of the animals in terms of their intake, in terms of their health, in terms of their body weight. All right. And we can also assess based on the pregnancy rate, because this is one of the good indicator whether the animal is producing, whether they have more animals after the knowledge transfer program. Okay, and also we can assess based on the birth and kidding rate, and we can also assess based on the birth weight. These are all the things that we can record before and after the knowledge transfer program. And yes, of course, we can also assess the improvement in terms of their the whole farm management practice. Okay, so yeah, so that is the knowledge transfer program that we did in the we're still doing it now actively in our university. Whenever we have request or demand from the livestock farmers or the industry to asking us to go to the field and help the farmers to overcome or give advice to the farmers on how can we settle or their issues, or how can we improve their farm performance and productivity. So this is still actively ongoing in our university. So as a conclusion, this is what we can see from the impact of this knowledge transfer program. We can see that this knowledge transfer program is really a success program on how can we enhance the knowledge of the farmers, and also how can we educate the farmers in terms of proper feeding protocols. And also, of course, it strengthened the linkage and networking. What is good now is the farmers are still contacting us, the team, the expert, on even just to ask us our condition, like how are you, is everything good in the campus, when are you going to when are you coming back to our farms, we want to belanja you makan-makan. So those are the things that we can see a good sign of the linkage and networking that we have with the livestock farms. Even if we want to buy meat, we want to buy milk, we can straight away contact the farmers, and they can always give their product or with a special price. So that is also very good in terms of the networking. Okay, and of course it enhances the communication because we want to ensure that the livestock farmers try to how to say, improve their communication skill with us, because you know, when the livestock farm, sometimes they have this mindset that they are professor, they are doctor, they are lecturer. It's not a same level with us to ask this question. So we try to tell to the farmers that do not have this mindset, do not have barrier, do not have this concept of mind that you always, that the expert is always approachable. You can always come and ask question to us. Do not say that you are not same level with us or whatnot, because this is how the education works, because we don't work based on the barrier, we don't work based on the education level. The knowledge is always being transferred from one to another. So this is what we want to highlight also to the livestock farmers. And of course, it can strengthen collaboration between experts and good farmers. So this is what we want to highlight in this knowledge transfer program with our livestock farmers. Okay, so the last one is the government initiative. This is the last strategies, not the last strategies, but this is one of the strategies that involve the government's initiative, whereby we always ask the governments, if you want to us to have this program, knowledge transfer program, we can provide some funding, financial, and you can also have appropriate policy so that everyone aware about their responsibility on how to enhance, to improve the livestock industry together. So as the conclusion, I think this is my last slide, whereby I want to highlight, like everyone, all of us, we are the consumer. Of course, we can also be the farmers. We are also the government servant. We have to work as a collective team. We have to work collectively. We have to collaborate. We have to engage one another, not working in the silo, to ensure the sustainability of the livestock industry and the food supply chain production. So that's why all the practical plans and the strategies that we discussed just now, we have to put together and get the cooperation each other, so that indirectly we can help the industry and the livestock and the food security. So of course, this actually involve the knowledge transfer initiative. So the farmers need to be educated, the government also need to be educated, the consumers as well, so that everyone can have their own commitment. And especially the farmers, they need to be ready, they need to be prepared with any alternative plans and methods in enhancing their farm operations, and also ensuring that they always get participate in the knowledge transfer program. And as the government, we hope that government can continue their help, their assistance in term providing funding package plan or anything that can help the industry, especially the livestock farmers, to continuously improving their livestock products. Okay, and as well the consumer, we have to always give a full support and cooperation to the livestock industries and local products by encouraging, by utilizing our local feed resources. Okay, I think that's all for my talk. I'm done for today. Thank you very much for listening, and I welcome any questions or any point for discussion. Thank you, everyone. I pass back to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hasliza, for such a comprehensive and insightful presentation on the contributions of knowledge transfer from expert to elevate the quality of livestock productions for farmers. And Dr. Hasliza brings up the critical roles to ensure the process of livestock industry really meet with the society needs and also the technological shift nowadays. And it can be carried out by knowledge transfer from the expert. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we will open the virtual floor for questions. And we have two main rules. The first one is by pressing the raised hand button on your screen to make yourself known by me as the moderator. And then I will call you and you ask your questions. And the second one is by typing your questions in your chat box. And actually, we have one question already. The question is from Ibu Yuyun from Nursing Study Program. And the main question would be this: how the manual livestock production could back up the production when the LOT system is unavailable due to technical difficulties in the geographically challenged area, as here in Flores Island. And as it is a system, really depends on electricity and internet connectivity. Okay, Dr. Hasliza, you may directly answer the question.
All right. Thank you for the question. Yes, that is also one of the big challenges in terms of geographical locations of the farms, because as I mentioned, the IoT is not 100% applicable to the livestock farms, because we still need to consider their location, their geographical location, their accessibility to the internet, their how to say, yeah, because we in Malaysia, we also have farmers that is located, a livestock farm that is located very far away from the town, from the to how to say, what I can say is in the forest, like what you asked just now. Yes, I admit that the IoT is not applicable to this type of the farmers whenever the location, the accessibility is difficult, is limited to them. So what we can do, because this is also a very interesting question, because our experts in university, we have also team that is working closely with our orang asli, which they have also these livestock farms, managing the livestock farms. But yes, we're aware that they don't have access to all these technologies. So what we do, we went to the farms and we still do the transfer knowledge. We still educate the orang asli on how they should manage their farms according to the proper practice of the livestock farm, so that they don't simply feed the animals without knowing what is important, what can be fed, what can't be fed to the animals, what can be fed to the animals, what is the grass is very good in terms of the nutritional value, how to differentiate the grass which is good or not, and then how can they make fully utilize of their waste to convert as animal feed. So those are the things that we can still educate and can still transfer the knowledge to this kind of livestock farms. Of course, we cannot force them to have or to apply the IoT in the farms because of these limitations, but still the knowledge transfer program, the education can still be transferred to this orang asli, to these farms, by educating them on how to practice or how to implement a proper standard feeding management at that farm. So yeah, and because we cannot, even the government also have very difficult challenges, and they have challenges to access to this, and I'm sure it can be done, but it cannot be immediately. It may need more time for us to assess, because we have to consider the logistic, we have to consider the transportation, and also one of the challenges whenever we deal with this type of farmers, the acceptance, the preference of them for this technology. So those are the things that we need to consider as well. I think that's all. Hopefully, I'm answering the question.
Okay, thank you. And we have one more question. I saw the hand raised by Elvis. So please unmute your microphone and go ahead.
Hello, excuse me, am I audible?
Yes, you may go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you very much, Father. Okay, thank you, Mom Hasliza. It was a very good presentation. Well, I was particularly interested in your presentation, especially about the sustainability of the environment. Mom, we heard that Malaysia has a target to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, right? Like, in relation to this national goal, how the livestock sector work to reduce methane and ammonia emissions, and what kind of farmer education and training are needed to ensure that Romanian farmers can understand and adopt this emission reducing practice effectively? That's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elvis. Yeah, your name is Elvis, no? Yeah, thank you very much, Elvis, for your question. It's a very good question, and it's also very relevant because this is also one of the initiative that our team actually actively doing now. Just to share one of our ongoing project with our New Zealand partners, because I also involved in the inventory of this methane emission for the country. So what we do now, we're collecting data on the type of the feed that farmers commonly fed to the animals. So from this type of the feed and the farm practice they have, we collect all the data and inventory. Because we want to see how this feed can contribute to the methane emission production. So from there, we can say, okay, maybe this type of feed is contributing a lot of methane when you feed them to this. So what we can do and what we can advise to the farmers, probably you need to avoid this kind of feed. In fact, you have to replace with the feed that has less or minimal methane emission. So that is one of the knowledge transfer that we educate the farmers. But of course, we still need to explain to them what is methane, importance of methane, what is the impact of the methane emission to the environment, because we need them to have this knowledge first, rather than we just tell them, do not feed this, feed this, feed this, but we need to tell them what is the best, what is the impact, what the story behind that. We have to tell them so that they are very clear, they understand better why we need to avoid this kind of feed. So this is one of the initiatives that we are doing now. And still, this is not only involve our our expert from the university to educate the farmers. We still need the government, we still need the other entities to help us to make them clear about the methane emission. That's why our Ministry Agriculture, they also work closely with Ministry of the Natural Resources, so that when they have the funding, they always engage with this community livestock farmers to tell them that whenever you conduct your farms, please always ensure that you also protect the environment. So that's why if you have more animals in the farm, you have to also aware about more methane being produced. So that's why in order to reduce the methane production, if you have more animals in the farms, you have to consider certain initiative that is proposed by the expert and also proposed by the government, like I mentioned just now. Probably you need to use this kind of feed, and also if you want to manage the waste, please manage according to this standard practice, so that the waste is not also contributing to the environmental pollution, because we know some methane also can be detected from this way. So try to manage the waste properly and minimize any contributor or any factors that can give a bad impact to the environment. So this is one of the initiatives that we can do during this knowledge transfer program. Thank you. I hope I answer your question.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you once again for the very insightful answer. And I do apologize due to time constraints. We must bring this discussion session to a close. Thank you for all the participants' enthusiasms and critical questions raised both in the chat and also in life. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring this session to a close, we are reminded once again that empowering education is the cornerstone of agricultural resilience. Today's discussions on the knowledge transfer program is highlighted a vital truth, bridging the gap between scientific research and the daily practices of poultry and ruminant farmers. And let us take these insights forward and continue to support initiatives for turning the information into action for our farming communities. And please join me once again in thanking our speaker, Dr. Hasliza, for such an enlightening presentation. And as a token of our appreciation, the committee will be sending a digital certificate of appreciation to you, Dr. Hasliza. And let us take a moment now to display the certificate on the screen.
Thank you very much. I received the certificate. Thank you very much.
Okay, once again, thank you, Dr. Hasliza, and thank for all the participations of the distinguished guests and all the participants joining this 5th ICEHHA conference. I am Calvin, signing off as your moderator for this second session. And on behalf of the ICEHHA community, we also deliver our gratitude for all the participants for your participation. We look forward to next chances where the insightful and powerful conference may be provided by this conference. Selamat pagi, good morning.
For the fruitful presentation, and also thank you for the moderator for moderating this session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we welcome to our third keynote speaker. She is Prof. Kelly Johnston from the University of Queensland, Australia. And this session will be guided by Ms. Pascalia Hadana MCAP SP and as the moderator. And to lead this session, we welcome the moderator. Pascaliana, time and screen is yours.
Good morning, distinguished participants, guests, respected colleagues, and honored speakers. Welcome to the next keynote session of the 5th International Conference on Education, Humanities, Health, Agriculture, and Engineering, ICEHHA 2025. I am Pascaliana Hilpriska Danal. It is my pleasure and privilege to serve as the moderator for this session. In this session, we are honored to welcome a distinguished academic, researcher, and international expert whose work has significantly advanced the field of occupational health and hygiene. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Kelly Johnston, Associate Professor, Program Director of the Master of Occupational Hygiene, Director of Higher Degree Research, School of the Environment, Faculty of Science, the University of Queensland, Australia. Professor Johnston holds a distinguished academic and professional background, including Doctor of Philosophy from Queensland University of Technology in 2007, Master of Science in Occupational Hygiene Practice in 2014, Bachelor of Health Science Honors in 1999, Bachelor of Applied Science in Occupational Health and Safety in 1997. She is a fellow and certified occupational hygienist, fellow and certified chartered OHS professional. Her expertise includes hazardous chemical exposure, thermal environmental impacts on workers, occupational health risk assessment, ergonomics and safety management systems, coal and silica dust exposure, OHS professional influence and behavior. Professor Johnston also serves in several influential positions, including Chair and Industry Specialist Member, Workplace Health and Safety, Queensland Rural Industry Sector Standing Committee from 2019 to 2026, Advisory Committee Member, International Occupational Hygiene Training Association, and 2025 President-elect, Australian Institute of Occupational Hygienists. She has extensive publication contributions in occupational hygiene, ergonomic studies, thermal environment research, airborne particulate characterization, and OHS professional practice, with publication in Applied Ergonomics, Journal of Occupational and Environmental Hygiene, International Archives of Occupational and Environmental Health, Safety Science, and many others. With more than 13 years of academic experience, she has supervised and advised numerous HDR students and secured major research grants related to occupational safety and workplace place. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Kelly Johnston as she delivers her keynote presentation with the topic, Work as a Social Determinant of Health, the Role of Occupational Hygiene in Modern Public Health Practice. Professor Johnston, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Pascalana, and thank you for your correspondence and organising, making it all possible for me to join you at this wonderful conference today. Sorry. As was explained, you can hear me? You can hear me good. Yes. Let me just get my slides happening. Tell me if you can see my slides correctly, or are you seeing the presenter view? Let's see. How is that? Okay, fantastic. Yes, so the title of my presentation today is Work as a Social Determinant of Health, the Role of Occupational Hygiene in Modern Public Health Practice. And the key message that I want you to take away from the presentation today is that by keeping workers healthy and safe, we lay the foundation for resilient communities and strong health systems in both our countries. So in both my country, Australia, and in Indonesia, and in fact, anywhere in the world. Those of you who are studying in the field of public health or occupational health, you may be familiar with this figure or this diagram or the theory that work is a major social determinant of public health. So the whole concept of determinants of health was first introduced in the 1970s. And the idea that work as one of these factors contributes to a person's overall health has been researched comprehensively in developing countries like Australia, the US, the UK, Europe, but has not been well researched in low and middle income countries such as Indonesia. So it's still a field that we need more research in low and middle income countries. But the concept that work is a major determinant of a person's health comes down to the fact that if we can have safe and healthy workplaces, we can have healthy people and therefore healthy communities. And if work is to be seen and dealt with like other social determinants of health, that we cannot keep fields such as mine, occupational hygiene and occupational health and safety, siloed or separated from the broader practices of public health. Sorry, I'm just lost control of my slides. So this concept that work is a social determinant of health, let's have a little think about that for a minute. If we look at the concept of the amount of time that we spend at work, we see that in a person's life, they spend about 25% of their total time in a workplace. Or if we think about the time that we're awake, we spend around about 35% of our waking time at work. So that is that people spend 1/3 of the time that they're awake in their adult life in a workplace doing work activities. And so when we think about that, we realize just how important work, the work environment and work activities are to a person's total health and well-being. So we also have this concept of non-communicable diseases and its role in public health, generally speaking. And if we have a look at the statistics from the World Health Organization for our two countries, my country, Australia, and your country, Indonesia, we can see the burden that non-communicable disease has. So in Australia, nearly 90% of all deaths are from non-communicable diseases, and a percentage of these would be diseases that result from exposures at work. In Indonesia, your statistic is just over 50%. So 52.2% of all deaths in Indonesia are from non-communicable diseases. And a lot of you would be familiar with this information. But when we think about these non-communicable diseases, we need to think about the percentage of those that are related to workplace exposures. And the World Health Organization and the ILO have data that points to the fact that exposures at work globally result in about 2 million premature deaths per year. And of those, 80% are caused by disease and only 20% by an injury, which is probably contrary to what a lot of people think. And it's not necessarily well understood the major role that disease plays in these statistics as opposed to a serious injury leading to a fatality. So what are these exposures in the workplace that lead to non-communicable diseases? And I like to call them the silent killers, because often in a workplace health and safety perspective, we think about or can readily and easily identify the things that will kill or injure someone quickly or in that moment. So safety-related factors. And very often, the things that are going to cause harm over a longer period of time are overlooked, not well identified, and definitely not well managed. And the two key ones we see here from this World Health Organization data are exposure to carcinogens, so substances, chemical or physical substances that can cause cancer, contribute over 50% of these deaths. And the other major area there are inhalation of airborne dust, particles and allergens that lead to respiratory diseases. So these are the two key areas. What are some other often overlooked yet challenging and persistent occupational health risks? We see, particularly in developing countries, an emerging topic of psychosocial risk, so mental health, psychological impacts on a person's well-being because of work or the workplace. Musculoskeletal hazards have always been a leading contributing occupational health issue in workplaces and often account for over 50% of workers' compensation claims for all industries in Australia. Noise exposure is a pervasive issue and hazard that is very poorly managed in most workplaces. Heat exposure, and this will be compounded by climate change, and radiation exposure as well. This is not a comprehensive list, but some examples. So I wanted to stop here after the bit of an introduction and reflect on the foundations of our profession. So myself as an occupational hygienist and OHS professional, and some of you on this conference online or in person who work in the fields of occupational health or public health. So I wanted to reflect on where we've come from as professions and this issue that I'm trying to highlight in the presentation today, that we need to all work together more effectively. So let's start with what occupational or industrial hygiene actually is. So the Australian Institute of Occupational Hygienists, or the AOH, define occupational hygiene as the art and science dedicated to the anticipation, recognition, evaluation, communication, and control of environmental hazards in or arising from the workplace that can result in injury, illness, impairment, affect well-being of workers or members of the community. So the key words that I've highlighted there are anticipation and recognition. So that's basically trying to identify hazards, evaluate them or risk assess them, communicate with others around the hazards and controls, identify appropriate control measures to manage exposure and reduce the risk from these hazards. So occupational hygienists therefore focus on managing health hazards in workplaces or as part of work activities. So we have a focus on chemical hazards, including dust and fumes and fibers, gases and vapors, liquid chemical exposures, physical hazards like noise, vibration, temperatures, radiation, as well as biological hazards and ergonomic hazards. So this is the realm of an occupational hygienist. On the other hand, we have public health professionals. So the World Health Organization defines public health also as an art and science, and also aimed at preventing disease, but also at prolonging life and promoting health through the organized efforts of society. And it talks about good governance, effective advocacy, capacity building, accurate information, all around the theme of protection, prevention, and promotion. So we can see that there is clearly some crossovers, some intersections between occupational health, hygiene, and public health. So the two basic definitions of these two disciplines or fields have obvious links. Work and exposure to occupational risks are essential factors to understanding population health. Citizens are also workers, particularly when we're talking about the adult population. So if they work in bad conditions, then these bad conditions will affect their health. And it will show in public health statistics through increased non-communicable disease rates. However, as obvious as this might seem to me and hopefully to you as well, work is hardly ever considered as a causal factor in public health data. Public health data mainly considers individual behavioural elements such as smoking, alcohol abuse, lack of exercise, unsanitary conditions, unhealthy diets. But there is much less focus on environmental and work-related or collective factors when we're talking about public health. And this is something that I would like to change. So we do have shared origins as well. When we look back through time, when we look at the history of both occupational health and occupational hygiene and public health, we see that medicine, epidemiology, public health, and occupational health and hygiene all originated from the same scientific foundations. We are all aiming to understand disease, exposure, and prevention. And as our knowledge base expanded, our fields became more specialized and siloed. And that's where I feel we are today. We have siloed areas of specialization. And we need to better be able to work together and build those connections back up again based on our shared foundations. I tried to put together a little bit of a timeline. It's very much an overview, but a timeline of the development of the fields of occupational medicine, epidemiology, public health, and occupational hygiene. There's a lot of words on that slide, but the whole idea is to show that we've had a shared history, that we've developed from a same or similar base and the same desire to identify causes of disease and to try to prevent that. And we are now in a modern era where we have very specific specializations. But what I'm trying to promote is that these specializations better work together into the future. And in fact, that's going to be vital. So let's discuss some of the emerging and persistent global health challenges, and I'll try to highlight how some of these challenges clearly show that we need to have these different disciplines working together to solve these challenges. A recent paper published in The Lancet in 2023 by Frank et al. Identified 6 emerging workplace health challenges, and they're displayed on the screen here. The first one is technology and telework. So technology, we can think of things like AI, robotics, etc. Telework, people working from home, which we all saw a rise during COVID and has continued since then. We see the intersectionality of inequalities. So by that we mean the multiple social and structural inequalities, including gender, migrant status, socioeconomic status, that can all overlap and interact to exacerbate health problems. We have a migrant labor force that is exposed to adverse work conditions. We have an increasing number of people employed in precarious roles, so with a lot of job insecurity. We have long and irregular hours of work that can affect people's health, and we have climate change that amplifies many of the risks that workers are exposed to. So these were the key 6 emerging challenges identified by Frank et al. I want to turn now to have a look at 3 case studies that I think highlight the message that I'm trying to get across in my presentation today. The first one is a case study on silicosis. So I am an occupational hygienist, and this is a topic of great passion for me, which is exposure to inhalable, respirable crystalline silica dust. This is definitely not a new hazard. It is an old, persistent hazard. And in fact, it was first identified in the 1700s by Ramazzini, who identified silicosis in stone cutters. It was identified by Dr. Alice Hamilton in the US in the early 1900s, when she documented illnesses in granite workers. In the 1930s in the US, hundreds of workers died in the Gawley Bridge Tunnel project because of their exposure to silica dust, and they died from acute or accelerated silicosis, which has a much shorter latency period between exposure and disease. And in 2018, in my home state of Queensland, Australia, we identified what I would call an epidemic of silicosis in young, mainly migrant workers who were working in the stone benchtop industry. So in Australia, when houses are built, when people renovate their kitchens and bathrooms, they want to put in a shiny new product, which was an engineered stone product. Unfortunately, this product contained almost 100% silica. And so when the product was cut, sanded, grinded, so power tools were applied to it, it created very fine dust with freshly fractured respirable crystalline silica particles. Highly hazardous, highly hazardous. And a lot of young workers with young families were diagnosed with silicosis. And there are three types of silicosis: acute, chronic, and accelerated. The chronic silicosis takes a much longer period to show up, lower doses of exposure over time. Acute and accelerated silicosis can occur in as little as 3 to 10 years of exposure. And so we have in Australia hundreds of young workers who've been diagnosed with silicosis because of their work with this engineered stone product. And I'm proud to say that Australia is the first country in the world to now ban this product. So we have banned engineered stone that contains high percentage of silica content, which is a step forward in trying to manage this epidemic. However, silica is not just present in this engineered benchtop product. Silica is present in all sorts of building materials, in the earth itself, in rocks, in cement, etc. And so we have millions and millions of workers the world over exposed to silica dust every day. Japan reports 1,000 new cases of silicosis every year. China, 15 to 40,000 new cases and about 5,000 deaths. India has 5 million workers exposed to silica dust. And it's estimated that 46,000 workers die yearly worldwide from silica-related diseases. So we can see that this is a big problem for the whole world. If we move now to your country, to Indonesia, we see that there is an overlap now between workplace exposures and community exposures. And we have a disease called silicotuberculosis. Silicotuberculosis is a combination of silicosis and tuberculosis. So Indonesia has one of the highest rates of tuberculosis. And the problem here is that workers who are exposed to respirable crystalline silica dust have damaged lungs from the exposure to that dust and are suffering from fibrosis of the lung tissue and perhaps silicosis, are then much more susceptible to contracting tuberculosis. And the two diseases together is termed silicotuberculosis. Diagnosis is difficult due to clinical and radiological symptoms of the two diseases often overlapping. And the risk of developing TB is reported to be 2.8 to 39 times higher in a person who has silicosis compared to someone who does not. So this is a very good example of the intersection of occupational exposure with a public health challenge of tuberculosis. And the implication is that workplace hazards can worsen already existing community health crises. Another example from the agricultural industry is heat exposure. So heat and heat exposure is a hazard all over the world, but particularly in countries like Australia and Indonesia. Heat exposure is a big problem for the agricultural industry because workers spend the majority of their time outdoors exposed to the elements. Heat exposure contributes to the risk of acute heat illness, fainting, heat syncope, even death from acute heat exposure. But heat exposure also contributes to compounding health problems and can be a public health issue because it contributes to things like chronic kidney disease of unknown etiology, hypertension, and cardiovascular disease. It can also impact on reproductive health. A recent study conducted in West Java found 46% of farmers experience hypertension, and farming in a location with higher heat stress, measured by the wet bulb globe temperature, was significantly associated with an increased risk of hypertension. And so heat and heat exposure is a big issue in farming communities in both Indonesia and Australia, and it's going to be impacted by the continuing effects of climate change. Another example is a disease called leptospirosis. So this is an example where work and public health definitely meet. So leptospirosis is a bacterial zoonotic disease transmitted through water, soil, mud, or animal urine. And it's a problem with the contamination of the bacteria Leptospira. It's most commonly contracted through the nose, mouth, or eyes, or through abrasions in the skin when a person is exposed to water that's been contaminated by the urine from an infected animal. It occurs all over the world, but it's especially present in tropical and subtropical areas that experience heavy rainfall, such as Indonesia and where I'm from in northern Queensland. Prevention requires integrated hygiene, public health, veterinary, and environmental teams. So leptospirosis is an excellent example of an ever-present problem that needs the combined efforts of a number of different specializations or a number of different professionals. This is just a diagram to explain the spread of leptospirosis. In terms of the burden of the problem, in Indonesia, and the World Health Organization data indicates that in 2019, you had 920 cases with roughly 122 deaths, and that this is considered to be a major underestimation of the actual burden of the problem. In my state, Queensland, Australia, from 2019 to 2023, we had 99 cases of leptospirosis. The notification rate was 4 times greater in males than in females. And in most years, it was 2 times greater risk for our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. And it's mostly found in our northern areas of Queensland around Cairns and the hinterland. And it's a big problem for those who work in the agricultural sector, such as the banana industry, meat workers, and dairy farmers. So leptospirosis is an example of how public health relies on occupational data to help identify outbreaks and manage outbreaks. So without knowing who was exposed where and how, public health cannot trace outbreaks, plan interventions, or prevent future cases. So this reinforces the argument that occupation must be systematically included in public health surveillance systems. So hopefully these 3 case studies have highlighted some shared lessons between our 2 countries and highlighted the importance of occupational hygiene, occupational health, and public health working together. I want to quickly touch on the future, smart technology, data, and AI. I'm sure we've all had some experiences with the benefits of AI and other smart technologies. But this is a field that offers great promise in terms of helping us to manage occupational health risks in workplaces. But it does come with some risks as well, of course, including privacy issues for workers, stress issues for workers, and among other things. When I'm talking about new technologies that offer opportunities, I'm talking about direct reading instruments that can measure exposures to things like aerosols in the workplace and gases and vapors, developments in sensor technology, the synchronization of video data with the direct reading data, advancements in biomarker research, new toxicity testing techniques, big data, and of course, AI and machine learning. If we start with artificial intelligence, what are some examples of how this is already being applied in workplaces in Australia? If we take drones, for example, the agricultural industry in Australia is increasing its use of drones for things like monitoring the condition of fences, monitoring stock, moving stock, and for applying pesticides. Just some examples of how drones are being used in the agricultural industry in Australia. Virtual reality is being used to train people. So it's being used to train workers in the mining industry. So to get workers ready for going underground in coal mining, for example. It's also being used to train firefighters in Australia so that firefighters can learn how to fight fires without being exposed to the risk of actual fire, smoke, flame, etc. So these are just some examples of how AI is being applied to help improve health and safety in Australia. The area of direct reading instruments and near real-time connected wearable devices is growing and developing. There is still a need for more funding and more research in this field. We do have some good technology already that can be used for direct reading of aerosols, such as respirable crystalline silica. Sorry. We also, obviously, for a long time now, have had direct reading instruments for gases and vapors. However, we still need more research, more focus, more funding in this area. With wearable sensors, this is a quickly emerging area. I mean, I'm wearing a smartwatch right now. Some of you may have smartwatches. These types of devices are able to monitor vital signs, heart rate, etc. They are able to monitor electrophysiological data, and they can feed this data back via Wi-Fi or the cloud, the internet, so that it can be monitored externally, and people can monitor the physical and health status of workers. It's being used to monitor if workers who work alone get into distress, fall, or need assistance. So these are just examples of how this type of technology is already being used and will continue to advance and be used in workplace settings. All of this information, direct reading instruments, sensors, smart technology, smart PPE, smart watches, all of this type of information creates a lot of data. We can combine this, what we call big data, with deep learning, artificial intelligence, machine learning, to better understand what's happening with exposures and with our management of hazards in workplace settings. And this is something that's just starting to emerge now and will continue to be worked on and developed over time to give us real-time diagnostics and information about workers' exposures. So I want to switch back now to that message that I've been trying to get at with this presentation, that we need to integrate our professions, occupational health, occupational hygiene, public health, etc. We need to rebuild these connections. We had the same beginnings, and we need to come back together again to work more effectively together. One example of an existing scheme is from the US, from NIOSH, so the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health, and they have a program that's been around for a while now called Total Worker Health. It's a framework that brings together all aspects of work in integrated interventions that collectively address worker safety, health, and well-being. It's not just a bolt-on or an add-on. It's not a wellness program. It's a holistic approach that relies on a team approach to managing the health and well-being of workers in the workplace. It recognizes that a worker is not just that person when they're at work. They also leave work, come back to work. They operate within their community, their families, etc. And all of these exposures interact to impact on the person's total health and well-being, and needs to be considered in a holistic way. There's also another excellent project that I'd like to promote, and that's the Exposome project. So the concept of the Exposome was initiated within the field of epidemiology, and the term was coined by Wild in 2005 to encompass the totality of human environmental exposures from the moment we are conceived all the way through to ultimately our death. And the idea is that it complements the Genome Project. So that's where it's got its name from. So there was a project to map the human genome that's now been successful. And the Exposome project is a project to map the totality of human exposures from conception, birth, childhood, adulthood, old age through to death. The Exposome introduces ways of integrating complex exposure data and explores the comparison of external and internal measures of the complex exposures that we face as humans. So, as I've been saying, there's a need to reintegrate occupational hygienists such as myself into what we do in public health. So occupational hygiene should be seen as a core component of population health and health system strengthening, not a bolt-on or add-on or over to the side here speciality. We need interdisciplinary teams to tackle complex issues such as climate change, pandemics, and precarious work. Occupational hygiene can act as a technical backbone that makes work as a determinant of health operational within public health, if we're allowed to join your teams of public health professionals. So what are some places where hygiene can contribute? Well, we can contribute to epidemiological research. So hygienists can bring to studies from the beginning scientific evaluation of exposures. So we bring the exposure technology, exposure assessment technology and know-how. We can use advanced exposure assessment, modeling techniques and job exposure matrices that aim to reduce misclassification in cohort or case control studies. So basically we can provide more detailed information about workers' exposures. With regards to the public health system and public health surveillance, we need to be promoting routinely capturing what it is a person does for their work. So when a person visits their general practitioner, their doctor, with a disease or illness or sickness or symptoms of some kind, the doctor needs to ask, what do you do for a job? What is it that you do for work? This needs to be a standard question and a standard variable that is collected when we look at any kind of health data that relates to an adult person. And hygienists can help define meaningful job and exposure categories that public health people might otherwise oversimplify. We have shared policy and governance spaces. So we use frameworks like the World Health Organization's Global Plan of Action and NIOSH's Total Worker Health as bridging language to talk to ministries of health, labor, and environment in the same conversations. We need to integrate OHS into enterprise risk management at a government and a workplace level. In education, I work in a university setting. It's very important when we're educating our occupational hygiene and our occupational health and safety professionals that they be taught about epidemiology, toxicology, and the public health sciences, and not just as a tack-on or add-on subject, but as important pillars in our practice. Likewise, those who are studying public health curricula need to also be taught about occupational hygiene and what occupational physicians do. So my key messages for you are that occupational risks extend into communities. Technology may offer solutions and at the same time may present challenges, and we've seen this already with people feeling that technology is impacting on their privacy at work or creating undue stress for them. Cross-disciplinary collaboration is essential. Revolutionizing public health begins where people spend the majority of their lives, or 3/4 of their life, which is at work. There's an urgent need for better integration of occupational health into public health, medicine, and the social sciences. And we need to invite collaboration and discussion in order to create change. So my takeaways: we do have different disciplines, public health, occupational hygiene, and OHS. However, we have the same origin and the same purpose, that is disease prevention and health and well-being. We have shared roots, shared responsibilities, and we have a shared future. We began together and we must work together again. Work and health are inseparable. Our disciplines should be too, and integration is the pathway to total health for adults within our communities. And that's it. Thank you very much. I'll just stop my share. I'm probably a little bit early, but I think that's all right. Did anybody have any questions or comments that they'd like to make?
Thank you very much, Professor Johnston, for that insightful and comprehensive presentation. For the discussion session, we will now open the floor for a discussion and question-answer session. To all participants, if you have questions, please raise your hand or using the raise hand button in Zoom application to ask your question directly, or use the conference platform chat function. Please introduce your name and institution before asking question, and we kindly request that each question be brief and clear. Any question? Okay, this is one of the questions from our live participants regarding the silica dust exposure. To be honest, this is the first time I hear about silica dust exposure, and I have no further knowledge about silica dust exposure. Would you please explain further on how actually which kind of industries that affect this silica dust, and which kind of workers that is the higher risk to be exposed by silica dust, and what is the preventive action should be done by the workers, especially the occupational related, to avoid the occupational related factors. Thank you, Professor Johnston. This is the live questions from our live audience.
Thank you very much. So silica is a part of the Earth's crust. It's part of rocks. It's therefore part of cement and building materials like concrete. So the people who are at the greatest risk of exposure are workers who use power tools of some kind to break up rock, to break up cement or concrete. So that's people in mining industry, so people who work in underground mines or open cut mines, metalliferous mines and coal mines. People who work in construction, particularly if they're doing tunneling work where the ventilation isn't so good, or demolition work. Whenever someone's using jackhammers or power tools to break up concrete, Hebel blocks, other building materials that can contain crystalline silica. So it's the crystalline silica that is the problem. It's a crystal structure. When it's broken up by power tools, it creates finely fractured, very fine dust that can be inhaled through the nose and mouth. It's so tiny that you can't even see it. So if we see large clouds of dust, within the large clouds of dust, there'll be large dust particles all the way through to very fine dust particles that the naked eye can't even see. And those very fine dust particles can travel all the way down to the lower parts of the lung where gas exchange happens, the alveoli. The body, the macrophages try to attack these basically crystalline hard rock dust particles in the lungs. The macrophages die trying to destroy the hard rock particles, and inflammation occurs. So we get hardening or fibrosis of the lung tissue. So the workers who are most at risk are those in construction, road construction, building construction, demolition work, mining industries, renovation work. Those types of workers are most at risk of exposure to respirable crystalline silica dust. What can we do to minimize exposure? We need to control the dust. And so if we can use water to wet down any power tools, so saws or other jackhammers or other devices that are breaking up rock or other material, I should say quarrying is also a big risk area. Whenever we are digging up the dirt, we're going to create silica dust. So we want to use water and other suppressants to keep the dust down. And we want to use water when we're using any cutting tools. If we can, we also want to use suction, exhaust vacuuming or local exhaust ventilation, we call it, to draw away the dust that might otherwise get into what we call a worker's breathing zone. If we can't manage the hazard through water, so suppressing the dust and ventilation, then we need to give workers respirators. So particulate respirators that will minimize any chance of a worker breathing in the dust particles. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, thank you, Professor Johnston. Any more questions? We are waiting for the questions in the Zoom application. If you want to deliver your question, you may use the raise hand button, or you can to ask directly, or you can type your questions in the chat platform. Okay. From Pak Adrian from UPI Bandung, you may unmute your audio and ask the question directly.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't present my video due to my trouble on my application. So thank you, Prof. Johnson, for your insightful presentation today. I'm interested on the issue that the health problems or occupying the problems in the health issues is essential to be approached from multidisciplinary or cross-disciplinary collaboration. It's interesting since there is a tension between who knows many things in one issue, while the other hand know a little about many issues. So how can we collaborate such kind of problems in our disciplinary skills or expert? Because it's very hard to collaborate between, for example, between education and health in this case. So let me know if you have any experience of how to collaborate multidisciplinary approach to one issue like health. Thank you, Prof.
Adrian, that's a very good question. And that was the whole point of my presentation, that we need to start working together better. I'm an academic at a university, at the University of Queensland, and our university, like I'm sure most universities around the world, eagerly promotes projects, research projects, where different disciplines or fields collaborate with each other. So in terms of getting funding for research, you've got a better chance of winning a grant opportunity or obtaining money for research if you have a team of researchers that come from different disciplines. And so we are encouraged by our need to obtain funding for research to seek out other researchers from different disciplines to come together to form a team to work on a research project where we're trying to solve problems that might be facing our communities. So the university sector is a good example of the opportunity to promote collaboration between different disciplines. But I think it needs to happen more too in the practice of public health. So those who practice public health, we're all the same. We all have our own specialty, our own fields of study, and we tend to work with people who have the same background or the same knowledge or work in the same fields. But we need to try to branch out more and seek out the assistance of others from allied and like disciplines. So occupational hygienists can help public health professionals in better understanding workplace hazards, and accurately evaluating exposures that workers are experiencing. At the same time, we can be assisted by public health practitioners as well. And when a person goes to a doctor, goes to an occupational therapist, a dentist, a physiotherapist, these other allied health professionals need to be asking that person, what do you do for a job? And trying to better understand what that person does for a job. The early signs of a disease or a problem will be picked up by these health professionals who need to talk to us as workplace practitioners so that we can better work together and understand that person's exposure and their health. I know that probably doesn't give you any practical examples, but I think it's more about public health practitioners and other allied health professionals being more conscious of remembering to gather data and ask people about what do they do for a job. And us in the workplace, working in specialty fields of OHS and occupational hygiene, we need to seek out and help allied health professionals as well and provide data to them that they might need. I don't know if that answers your question, Adrian, but I tried.
That's all for the question session. Thank you for the thoughtful questions, and thank you, Professor Johnston, for your detailed response. Before we end, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to briefly summarize key insights from Professor Johnston's keynote session. First, occupational hygiene, especially work-related factors, as it is still limited in studies, remains a critical pillar in ensuring safe and healthy working environments, particularly in sectors with chemical and thermal hazards. Emerging research highlights the importance of understanding work-related exposure, chemical airborne particulates, and respiratory risk across diverse occupations. Human factors and ergonomics continue to shape occupational health decision-making and worker well-being. Hygiene might be understated as the main pillar of occupational health and safety. Professor Johnson already emphasized the growing relevance of evidence-based OHS leadership, professional influence, and evolving role of occupational hygienists in global context and with collaborative. The presentation also pointed the necessity of collaborative research, capacity building, and academic industry partnership, especially in the low-middle income countries such as Indonesia. These insights significantly contribute to the broader theme of ICEHHA 2025 in bridging health, science, education, and community resilience. Before we end the keynote session, we are honored to present the Certificate of Appreciation to Professor Johnston in recognition of the valuable insights shared during the 5th ICEHHA 2025. Please allow us to display the certificate on the screen as a token of our deepest gratitude and recognition to Professor Johnston keynote session.
Thank you.
Distinguished participants, on behalf of the organizing committee, I extend our deepest appreciation to Professor Kelly Johnston for delivering such a rich, evidence-based, and inspiring keynote session. We also thank all participants for your active engagement and thoughtful contributions. This concludes our keynote session. We invite everyone to proceed to the next agenda as listed in the program. Thank you, and please enjoy the rest of the conference.
Well, thank you for all the keynote speakers for the insightful presentations for today's sessions. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached out to our lunch break, and the lunch break will be started from now until 1 p.m. And ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our lunch, allow me to announce you some informations. The first, after lunch, we will resume our agenda with parallel session. It will be started at 1 p.m. until 3 p.m. And all the presenters are invited to join the assigned breakout rooms, as you have already seen on the rundown that we have already said previously. And the participants may join any room they prefer. And then the third one, the attendance will be set tomorrow after closing ceremony, and it will be said on the main room tomorrow. So we hope that all the participants will join another agenda tomorrow. And after all the sessions ends, you may leave the room directly. And for all the participants, we invite you all to join all the breakout rooms that we have already said on the rundowns, and you may prefer, based on the topics that you are interested to join. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am Olga, and I'd like to express my gratitude and apologies for any inconvenience. And thank you. See you in a parallel session. Terima kasih dan selamat siang.
Now we face Curriculum Merdeka and P5, the Pancasila Student Profile Reinforcement Project, introduce a renewed orientation toward preservation of local culture, character building, 21st century competencies, and strengthening Indonesia learners' identity. How to integrate local wisdom into educational policy? Local culture-based learning is considered effective in fostering meaningful learning while reinforcing a student's cultural identity. And according to me, the relevance of social cultural local wisdom in education in Indonesia is very important because now Indonesia is facing a crisis of solidarity driven by the digital era and cultural globalization. The penetration of digital media has shifted social interaction patterns from communal spaces to virtual spaces, reducing emotional relationship and empathy among students. The commercialization of culture has turned many forms of local wisdom into market-oriented commodity rather than a live ethical practices. Kita melihat bahwa perubahan sosial itu setiap 12 jam sangat cepat dan efek dari terutama media digital sangat mempengaruhi karakter solidaritas bahkan sampai pada anak-anak sekarang. Global cultural flows accelerate identity disorientation, especially among students and adolescents who are more familiar with global popular culture than their own local tradition. As a result, social cohesion weakens, individualism grows, and the spirit of mutual cooperation that Indonesia distinguished social ethos begins to diminish. So to restore more natural social relations, school have to reconstruct their pedagogical approach by strengthening solidarity education through contextual learning that connects with students' cultural experience. Saya menjelaskan sedikit tentang solidaritas. Tidak seperti yang kita pikirkan selama ini bahwa solidaritas itu adalah suatu perasaan empatik individual terhadap seseorang. Konsep seperti itu lebih cocok diterjemahkan sebagai konsep prososial atau altruisme. Itu istilah khas dalam sosiologi, tetapi dalam psikologi, tetapi dalam ilmu sosial, istilah yang sangat cocok itu adalah solidaritas. Solidaritas itu adalah suatu sikap tindakan kolektif seseorang untuk melakukan perubahan sosial. Nah, itu sangat cocok dengan budaya asli kita, seperti gotong royong, arisan, kemudian tindakan untuk empatik terhadap orang lain secara kolektif. Nah, then integrating local wisdom such as the Mangrai T5 values atau T5 provides a pedagogical strategy to restore solidarity, reinforce cultural identity, and promote a living practice of Mangrai of Pancasila values. Nah, Toing, Titong, Tatang, and Tatong is a system of social values that structures the Mangrai way of communal living. This value shapes patterns of social relation that emphasize respect, empathy, responsibility, and togetherness. Now, what I have to do to get the data, I use qualitative method and I use design case study from Robert Yin. Location reset is elementary schools in Langkerambong sub-district, Manggarai. The participants are principals and Pancasila education teachers, students grade 4 to 6 parents, school supervisors, and communal leaders. Data collection techniques I get from in-depth interview, participant observation, and documentary study. And these are analyze step because I use thematic analyze. So I start from data familiarization and then developing initial codes, constructing operating systems, reviewing themes coherence and consistency.
Is especially important in science education, where the learners must granted for solution to the real world problems. And role of the elementary integrated science. I will to bilingual language. Today di SD kita menggunakan tidak hanya IPA IPS, tetapi sudah bergabung antara IPAS, artinya IPA IPS begitu. In integrated science at the elementary level impairs the connecting between scientific concept and daily life. These subjects are over strong potential to develop higher order thinking, include creativity. Nah, and menawarkan project-based learning as an innovation model or PGBL imparts activity learning through hands-on projects and authentic investigation. It's the prompt collaboration, experiment, EID, and reflection. This purpose of the study is to investigate the impact of the project-based learning model on elementary student creativity thinking ability, to provide empirical finding that support innovative student-centered teaching practice. And research methodology is research approach quantitative design pre-experimental, one a group pre-test and post-test design. Proposed to measure the effect of the PGBL X by comparing student creativity thinking skill before 0, 01 and after 02 the intervention. This we can see the table in screen. Nah, desain penelitian, desain research one a group pretest post-test design. Nah, this and ada pre-interpretation and the description at Dell assessment creativity thinking skill, intervention X, and implementation of the project-based learning or PGBL model, and post-intervention O2 initial assessment critical thinking skill. X pre-test and post-test and intervention its treatment. The next, research methodology and location at SD Elementary 124401 Pematang Siantar. Pematang Siantar in Sumatera Utara. Academic year 2025-2026 or semester, and context law, engineering, and learning difficult.
Your time is
in
over.
Thank
you very much for your
IPAS,
presentation.
especially topic Indonesia rich culture.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the next presenter. That is Miss Lalu Idam Halid and friends. Before we start, let me check. Is there Miss Lalu Idam Halid there? For Miss Lalu Idam Halid from Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha Indonesia and friends from Universitas Santu Paulus Ruteng, Indonesia, Universitas Baliam Papua, Indonesia, with the title of the presentation, Smart School Leadership in the Digital Era, integrating technology, ethics, and collaboration in education.
Risto, are you ready, Mr. Risto?
This paper. Well, okay, Mr. Christian, you have only 10 minutes to present your paper, and after that, we're gonna move to another presenter. Thank you. Time and screen is yours.
Yes, thanks for time that given to me, Miss Moderator. And then now our topic is educational leaderships in the age of artificial intelligence, a systematic review of trends, challenges, and the future implications. Okay. Let's see about background. First, AI is reshaping educational leaderships globally. The emergence of artificial intelligence has begun to reshape the meaning and directions of educational leaderships, transforming the ways decisions are made and how educational institutions are managed. As technology becomes more deeply embedded in schools, principals are using AI tools to simplify administrative works, interpret learning data, and improve the quality of communications that informs decision making. Second challenge, like ethics, police inconsistency, digital inequality, and then human resource readiness. These four challenges have become major obstacles to the effective integrations of AI in education institutions. The third, leaders must combine digital literacy, empathy, and then strategic visions. Technological proficiency alone is not enough. Leader must also understand the psychological, social, and the ethical dimensions of AI implementations. And then this research is systematic literature review, synthesis global trends from 2020 to 2025. Okay, let's see about, oh, sorry. Yeah, let's see about research problem. We have four research problem for this research. First is what competencies do leaders need in the AI era? Second, how do policies, governance, and ethics influence AI adoptions? Third, how ready are human resources and what is the future directions? And the last research problem is what are the global trends in AI-based educational leadership? Research method. This research method is combined Prisma 2020 and Vias Favor. Prisma step is identification, scanning, eligibility, and the last is include. A total of 120 articles were identified in the initial stage. The initial screening process eliminated 15 duplicates article, resulting 105 article for further analysis. The title and the abstract evaluation is the screening stage led to the exclusions of 25 irrelevant articles, leaving 80 articles. And then a full contents review showed that 40 articles only discuss about the technical aspects of artificial intelligence without relevance to educational leaderships. So a total of 40 finals article meet the criteria for analysis. Database Corpus, Web of Sciences, Springerline, Taylor, and France DOAG Sinta period 2020 to 2025. Bias fiber is data formats and CSV analysis, conduct keywords, co-occurrence overlay visualizations. This bibliometric maps illustrate strong connections between artificial intelligence and the key themes such as higher educational leaderships and educational innovations. The color gradient reflects that temporal evaluations of research from 2024 to 2025. Large nodes indicate higher frequency, while the link line show insert line complex conceptual relationships as publications grow, embracing AI's expanding role in modern education ecosystems. Okay, let's see about results. First result is global trends. First, strong shift toward data-driven leaderships. The incorporations of artificial intelligence in educational settings is bring about significant change in leadership's approach. AI is being incorporated into curricula and evaluation process in tertiary educations. The movement towards leadership based on data requires a tactful and adaptable mindsets. Second is emergency issues like academic integrity, ethical dilemmas, and then algorithmic fairness. Let's see about one by one. Academic integrity. The rapid growth of generative AI raises a serious concerns about plagiarism and the honest academic practice, passing institutions to rethink assessment designs and evaluation systems. Research show that inconsistency between academic integrity policy and
artificial
implementation practice
intelligence-based
created
leaders,
a major challenge
artificial
for
used for
universities
teacher monitoring,
in
learning,
maintaining fairness
prediction,
and honest
autonomy,
in the
management.
student work.
And the
Second,
second, data
about
drive decision making.
ethical
Decisions
dilemmas.
on
AI
performance,
adoptions
student progress,
introduce
and school
complex moral
indicators.
tensions,
And the
particular
third,
around balance
collaborate
automatic decisions
and
making and
distribute
human
leadership.
oversight.
Digital
Ethical
transformation success
uncertainty
when teachers are
appears when
empowered
institutions
and network are
struggle
built.
to define clear
And
boundaries for
last, digital ethics and sustainability.
and human
Risk
connection
artificial intelligence in quality
moral
teachers
principles. And the last
streams
is
requires strong
algorithmic fairness.
ethical leadership and discussion. Data enhanced precision but impact depends on data literacy among teachers. Artificial intelligence becomes a cognitive partner, not just a tool. Collaboration reduces resistance and turns teachers into innovation drivers. And digital ethics guides decision making, ensuring fairness, well-being, and sustainability. Smart school leadership, technological intelligence plus social intelligence plus moral intelligence. And we can see the conclusion. The first, school leader must be adaptive, evidence-based, collaborate, and ethical grounded. And the second, smart school leadership represent an argumentative leadership model enhanced by artificial intelligence. And the last, strong relevance for implementing educational digitalization and the Merdeka Belajar agenda. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Let's move to the next presenter. That is, but before that, let me check first. Is there Mr. Muhammad Riza there? Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's listen the presentation from Mr. Muhammad Riza and friends from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Mataram, and also Unika Santu Paulus Ruteng with the title of the presentation
and then to promote multimodal engagement. Okay, so addressing the gaps in AI literacy proficiency itself, that there is a need that educators have to emerging technology used in their classroom activities, and teacher must be adaptable to support adaptive teaching, and also can fill professional readiness voids in their teaching preparation. Regarding the literacy intervention is related to the fosters digital, multimodal, and assessment literacy, and then to strengthen teacher identity formation, and then to bridge gaps in literacy-based pedagogies based on the literatures we have studied so far. And then it is also literacy intervention promotes readiness for digital transformation, and then address here that we found several inconsistencies in teacher preparations in several regional or local contexts. The conceptual lens of professional readiness among EFL teachers themselves are these kinds, that we divide or understood the professional readiness as encompasses teachers' ability to effectively deliver educational outcomes through pedagogy, technology, and personal growth. It synthesizes key teaching components into rational classroom expertise. Then the theoretical connection. This yeah.
You have
Okay.
3 minutes, and after that, the time will be given to the next.
Thank you. Thank you. I highlight them fastly. Now let's talk about the methodological approach. We use the scoping review using Prisma approach. Prisma itself is preferred reporting items for systematic reviews and meta-analysis 2020, used to identify relevant studies and literature of previous researchers. And then the database, all are using the Scopus database, and the inclusion and exclusion criteria we provide here also. Then here are the lens of the Prisma selection process. And now let's go to the emerging trends from our findings through this literature review or scoping review. The first is emerging trends from the review on this context, that increasing integration of ICT in several parts and growing focus on AI literacy now, and the separation of ICT and literacy research that is still limited. Next, proposed conceptual framework for the next research. It is to promote effective use of digital tools and also build competence in frameworks and address confidence gaps among the teachers themselves when presenting teaching in the classroom process, in English, of course. And then ICT pedagogy as a foundation for digital teaching, yeah, in this context nowadays, is very important to be known well. And now I will talk about literacy intervention as support for pedagogical depth that foster identity growth and also reduces skills development. Let's come to these pointers as the moderator of the study, that there is a need of institutional support, there is a need of infrastructure, and there is a need also of mentorship to make sure that the teachers, before doing their jobs as a teacher in the future, they must be prepared well. And on the conclusion, we have 3 points. It is to highlight the importance of integrating ICT pedagogy and literacy intervention within teacher education programs to address the critical gaps in professional readiness among EFL pre-service teachers. And second, it is recommended to embed structured digital literacy and multimodal literacy training into teacher education. And the next is the policy suggestions include institutional support for ICT-rich practicum experience and mentorship programs to help pre-service teachers adapt with rapid changing in educational landscapes today, and emphasizing the combination of these frameworks that is a need for further research. I think that's all for today's presentation. Thank you for ladies and gentlemen attending.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Alvin Nabu. And for the next presenter is Mr. Stanislaus Maditoyo. Are you there? Hello, Mr. Stanislaus Hermaditoyo. Okay, next, Mr. Stefanus Divan.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, you can start your presentation in 10 minutes. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Okay, how you see my slide?
I can, yeah.
Oh, hello, Miss. Do you see my slide?
Yes, sir. Please see the slide.
Okay. Thank you for your time you give for me. First of all, allow me to open this presentation by expressing my gratitude for this opportunity. On this occasion, I will present an article entitled "An Analysis in Learning Difficulties of Elementary School Students in the Pancasila Education Textbook." Okay, work compiled by Stefanus Divan, me, Darius Obijanardi, and Gervasius Adam. This study focused on the concept problem faced by elementary school students in understanding Pancasila education textbook. Okay, this is my background. As we know, the curriculum plays an important role in guiding the learning process of students. So, textbooks must be appropriate for the developmental stage of students, especially in the Merdeka curriculum for the first grades elementary school. However, the first grade Pancasila education textbooks by Warsito Adam was found to be unfriendly to earth readers because it contained overly long passages, difficult terms, and questions that were not appropriate for the cognitive abilities of students. That conditions make ours to make the research for this problem. The next, okay, this is my formulation problem. The research question in this study are how appropriate is the content of the first grade Pancasila education textbooks in the Merdeka curriculum for the developmental stage of students, and then what the action is the language in the book easy for the first grade elementary school students to understand. How clear are the instructions for each learning activity? Are the types of questions presented appropriate for the cognitive ability and early reading skills of students? And what the factor cause students to experience learning difficulties when using the textbook? And next, this is my purpose. The purpose of this study is to analyze the suitability of the content of the first grade Pancasila education textbook in the Merdeka curriculum for elementary school with the developmental stage of students, understand the comprehensibility of the language usage, assess the clarity of instruction in each learning activity, evaluate the suitability of the questions format with the cognitive ability and early reading skills of students, and identify the factors that cause students experience difficulties in using the textbooks. This is my research method. This study use a descriptive qualitative approach with case study design in the Satar Mese Barat cluster for 2 months, involving 40 first grade students selected proportionally with data collection through direct observation and analyze the book and learning scores. Then analyze it using Miles and Huberman's interactive model through the process of data collection, reduction, presentation, and verification. Okay, this is my results. If you see, this is the problem where students very difficult understanding terms in instructions, symbols, or icons in textbooks. Okay, this study examines student learning difficulties by analyzing the first grade Pancasila education textbooks by Varsito Adam, used in the West Satramese cluster. The results, if you see, analysis show that there is a discrepancy between the instructions and the activities that student must do. The example in the image shows unclear instructions. There is no numbering of image, pitch, no guidelines, and the command range is inappropriate because the PDF format does not allow. Okay, at this point, based on the results of student observation and analysis of the first grade Pancasila education textbooks, it can be concluded the unclear instructions and terms are not combined by glossary will make difficult for students to understand the teaching materials. And next, second, difficulty understanding the material at the developmental level of first grade students. At this point, conclusion based on the observation show that many first grade students still have difficulty reading that alphabet A to Z because they have generally not been introduced to letters at home. Analysis of this, the first grade Pancasila education book and student abilities show that long text and sentence with more than 4 until 5 words make it even more difficult for them to understand the material because most first grade students are still at the stage of learning letters. They tend to be reluctant to open and read student books. And this the third difficult understanding HOTS question in the first grades elementary school textbooks. The data shown that student learning outcomes after completing HOTS questions are still below the minimum passing grades, mainly because their reading skills are not yet fluent. Therefore, the question is the books need to adjust it to the abilities of students in its school, especially in rural areas. Okay, this is the fourth results difficulty in understanding the language used in the grades in the first grade civic education textbooks. Okay, this image show that the language used in the first grade Pancasila education textbooks is not yet appropriate for the early reading abilities of students. This book is for the independent use at home, but many of the sentences are ambiguous, difficult, and lack additional explanation such as glossary or footnotes. As a result, students have difficulty. Yes.
You have 3
Okay.
minutes
Okay.
left, and after that, the time will be given to the next presenters.
Okay. 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 This is the ending. Okay. Textbooks need to be
Oke, Romo sudah masuk. It's
Oke,
visible.
ini suaranya Bu Erna ya.
Iya, ya. Selamat siang.
Oke,
Iya.
selamat siang.
Ya.
The first, I would like to thank the fifth International Conference on Education, Humanities, Health, and Agriculture for giving me the opportunity to be one of the presenters on this international conference. At the international conference, I will present the article with the title Analysis of the Needs of Receptive and Expressive Language Learning Model for Early Childhood with the Multimedia-Based Block Center Approach. The subject of this presentation are the first is introduction, the second research method, and the third findings and discussion, and the fourth conclusion. Introduction. Language mastery in early childhood is an essential foundation. The ability of early childhood, especially 5 to 6 years old, to understand or receptive and use or express or expressive language effectively. Children who have strong language competence tend to be more social adaptable, demonstrate better problem-solving skills, and have a solid foundation for learning to read and write. Therefore, receptive and expressive language abilities are one of the important aspects of early childhood development. However, many early childhood still experience difficulties in receptive language, to understanding language, and expressive language to expressing language. This occurs because early childhood struggle with Indonesian language. Early childhood often use their mother language, especially Manggarai language, to communicate with others. Teachers are less varied in using approach strategies, models, and learning media that are relevant to the characteristic of early childhood. Teachers have not integrated relevant media or multimedia to develop receptive and expressive language skills or only early childhood. The process of learning receptive and expressive language of early childhood is less than optimal, etc. The use of optimal and relevant approaches, strategies, media, and learning models to the development of early childhood is greatly needed. Teachers need to stimulate the development of receptive and expressive language of early childhood. In today's digital era, a learning approach that integrates multimedia with a block center approach model, that is, structure block play activities to stimulate creativity and cognition, can enhance the effectiveness of learning. This learning model emphasizes play-based learning. The development of learning models in early childhood education that continues to evolve demand new learning models. Change in the environment in which children grow and develop, especially exposure to digital technology from an early age, further emphasizes the importance of developing this model. A relevant learning model must be able to utilize technology positively as a pedagogical tool, not just a source of distraction. Extensive literature review on language learning models for early childhood indicates several significant gaps to meet to be addressed. The first, many studies tend to focus on developing one aspect of language separately, either receptive or expressive. The second, research examining the effectiveness of digital media, for example, often only measures improvements in vocabulary comprehension without exploring its impact on children's ability to use the vocabulary in spontaneous conversation. The third, another gap lies in the lack of integration between constructivist play-based learning approach and the structured use of digital technology. The fourth, furthermore, existing learning models are often generic and lack attention to specific contexts, such as precise age target, especially 5 to 6 years old, and unique needs during the transition phase to formal education. The fifth, research using complete research and development, or R&D, methodology to produce models that are not only theoretically valid, but also practical and applicable in the field is still very limited. This gap will be addressed by developing a language learning model with a multimedia-based block center approach. The novelty of these proposed learning models lies in the innovative synthesis of two powerful pedagogical approaches that are rarely combined systematically, namely the block center approach and multimedia-based language learning. Therefore, this article answers the research question about the urgency of developing a receptive and expressive language learning model for early childhood using a multimedia-based block center approach.
You have only 3 minutes left to present your paper.
Okay. The finding and discussion of this research. The reality presents an opportunity to develop a receptive and expressive language learning model with a multimedia block center approach. This is also supported by the commitment of the teacher at the childhood education institution to accept any effective and enjoyable learning innovative for early childhood. Discussion. The needs analysis conducted yielded several key points. The first, there is an urgent need for fundamentally play-centered learning model. The second, the model should balance and integrated simulation of both receptive and expressive language competencies. The third, there is a clear need from educators for practical, structured yet flexible guidance to help them translate child development theories into effective daily classroom practice. Fourth, the model should be complementary, leveraging digital technologies potential wisely and pedagogical to enrich, not replace, rich humans interaction. Conclusion. There are problems related to the receptive and expressive language skill of early childhood. Early childhood need an effective and enjoyable receptive and expressive language learning model. The multimedia-based block center and can be alternative language learning model that can be used to develop the language skill of early childhood. This learning model positions children not only learning about physical and spatial concepts, but also engaging in complex social interactions. The need to plan, negotiate, and explain the construction process naturally creates an authentic and rich context for language practice. This research recommends developing a receptive and expressive language learning model for early childhood using a multimedia-based block center approach. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Father, for your presentations. Now we move to the next presenters. It will be Miss Elizabeth Sarinas PD from Universitas Katolik Indonesia Santu.
Improvement. So this is the online session challenges. It get lowest score, I mean 3.9. Yes, this is this issues include monitoring engagement, internet instability, and also discussion there. Okay, this is areas for improvement based on our study. It is about the infrastructure, about the LMS and pedagogy, and about the lecturer resilience. Okay, this is the conclusion. Highly effective. Blended learning implementation rated highly effective, promoting competence and innovative pedagogy. Digital readiness is about enhancing digital readiness is essential for sustainability and future success. So thank you, Ibu Olga. This is our presentation about our research.
Well, thank you.
Hopefully we can finish our article about or based on our research.
Well, thank you, Pak Lady, for your insightful presentation and also materials. You highlight about blended learning enhancement and nationally required curriculum courses. Yeah. And yeah, thank you for sharing us about this insightful presentation. Well, presenters and also participants, now we move to the next presenter is Miss Destri Murdian from Universitas Katolik Indonesia Santu Paulus Ruteng, and the topic of her presentation is about beyond the words, clothing maxims in the dynamic of EFL classroom talk. So, Miss Fidestri Riani Murdian, time and screens are yours, and then you have 10 minutes to present your paper. Thank you. Hello, Miss Destri, are you there? Hello? Hello? Hello, Miss Desiree? Hello? Um, hello? Hello, Miss Desiree? Mm-mm.